right, if we could bring the meeting to order, please. Okay, I want to call to order the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting for October 11th, 2016. Mr. Allen, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Lavignino? Here. Mr. Carbajal? Here. Ms. Wolf?
Here.
Ms. Farr? Here. Mr. Adam?
Here. Would you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, it just is going to be, yes, 7, yeah. Well, 6, yeah. All right. I am. Okay. Can we get a motion to approve the minutes of the October 4th, 2016 meeting?
So moved.
Second. Any comments? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. There is no CEO's report this week. Next item for approval is administrative items. Anybody have any items to pull, Mr. Lavignino? No, sir. Supervisor Farr, Supervisor Wolf,
Item A7.
and Supervisor Carball. None. Okay. Do we have any from the public, Mr. Allen?
No request to speak on the administrative agenda.
Okay. And I have none either. So, can you read item 7 in, please?
Chair Adam, members of the board, item A7 is from the sheriff. The request that the board consider recommendations regarding the First Amendment to the Correctional Medicine Agreement with Careaga Health.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Attachment D, there is a First Amendment to the Correctional Medicine Agreement, and I had some concern with item 3. It appeared from the language that the new employees were going to just be providing the de-escalation services, et cetera. And so I spoke to Mr. Gazzoni about the language to see if that language might be revised to basically state that if there was no one needed for de-escalation, then those employees would be available to serve other mental health needs in the jail. So, Mr. Gazzoni, if you can let us know what you have found out.
Chair Adam and Supervisors, yes, inside this item A7, the First Amendment to the Correctional Medicine Agreement, numbered paragraph 3, addresses the use of 2.8 full-time equivalents for distribution of medications with other supplemental staffing, providing de-escalation services, and that's done in 2 sentences. And for extra clarification, we had contacted Careaga and proposed adding a 3rd sentence to read, quote, when not actively distributing medications or providing de-escalation services, this supplemental staffing shall be used as part of contractors' other provision of healthcare services to county, end quote. Careaga is amenable to that. Sheriff concurs with that. And if it's acceptable to the board in approving this item, then we would add that sentence in, and Careaga would sign that, and then we provide it to the chair and the concurring departments for signature after the meeting.
So, if I could, I just want to thank Mr. Gazzoni for his staff for his work on this, and to the Sheriff's Department and Careaga for just clarifying the language in the contract. So, I don't know if we need to move this item separately or as part of the consent agenda with this modification.
Well, unless you have an objection to it, we'll just do the whole thing
That's fine,
together.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I get a motion to approve the balance of the A agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve the A agenda with the noted change on item 7.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
So passed unanimously. All right. Mr. Allen, can you read in item number 10?
Chair Adam and members of the board, we have 2 resolutions to present this morning. I'm going to start with item A10. This is sponsored by Supervisor Adam, this is a resolution proclaiming the week of October 9 through October 15th, 2016 as National Fire Prevention Week in Santa Barbara County. And our fire chief is here, Eric Peterson. And if you come on up, I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. We have, whereas October 9 through 15 has been declared National Fire Prevention Week as a time to reflect on our nation's past fire history, remembering the Great Chicago Fire of 1871 and how out of that tragedy a national interest in fire prevention and safety emerged. And whereas the 2016 National Fire Prevention theme, Don't Wait, Check the Date, Replace Smoke Alarms Every 10 Years, represents the final year of the National Fire Protection Association's 3-year effort to educate the public about basic but essential elements of smoke alarm safety. And whereas the NFPA 72, the National Fire Alarm Code, requires a smoke alarm in every bedroom, outside each sleeping area, and on every level of the home. And whereas having working smoke alarms in bedrooms is a critical element of home fire safety. 3 out of every 5 U.S. home fire deaths results from fires in homes with no smoke alarms or no working smoke alarms. And whereas Santa Barbara County Fire Department is dedicated to the safety of life and property from all harmful effects of fire. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors proclaims the week of October 9 through 15 as National Fire Prevention Week throughout the county and encourages everyone to participate in fire prevention activities at home, work, school, and all locations, making this Fire Prevention Week the beginning of a year-long effort to improve fire safety. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Adam, Supervisors. Thank you for this resolution, for this recognition. My name is Steve Oakes. I'm the Fire Marshal for Santa Barbara County, and I'd just like to reaffirm our commitment to this community to safeguard through code enforcement, fire prevention, education, and of course our all-hazard emergency response. I'd also like to mention that this last Saturday was our fire prevention breakfast in Buellton, and it's the 25th annual. It's traditionally been our kickoff to Fire Prevention Week, and I've been proud to be part of each one of those. One of the most memorable being 1993, second year after we started this. We had the Mare fire started not too far from here, and our entire static display and most of us left to go fight the Mare fire. And the thing that made it memorable for me was the fact that our friends and family and the community leaders stepped up, not only served breakfast, but cleaned everything up. So when we got back, there was no mess. And it just shows you how events like that and this type of activity can help to solidify a community. So I thank you.
Thank you, Board.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Okay, before we go for item number 11 here, I want to just remind our audience that if they want to put in a speaker slip, now's the time to do it, because we're going to not take any more speaker slips after the item starts, so I know how many people we're going to have. So, Mr. Allen, number 11, please.
Chair Adam and members of the board, item A11, sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. This is a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2016 as Energy Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. I think we have Glenn Morris from the Santa Maria Chamber. Is Glenn here this morning? And also Dave Cross from the Energy Watch Partnership. You guys come on up, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Santa Barbara County is an active member of the Santa Barbara County Energy Watch Partnership, which is a partnership between local governments in Santa Barbara County, PG&E, Southern California Gas, and the cities of Santa Maria, Buellton, Guadalupe, Santa Maria, and Solvang. And whereas the Santa Maria Valley Chamber of Commerce serves as the implementer of the Santa Barbara County Energy Watch program. And whereas citizens' businesses spend substantial amounts of money and resources for energy, and it makes economic sense and good public policy to encourage energy awareness in Santa Barbara County. Asking individuals to take 5 minutes to review their daily routine to conserve energy empowers others to take action and join together to save energy and money. And whereas energy efficiency programs enhance our environment by improving air quality, reducing greenhouse gases and other pollutants, and conserving natural resources, and it's vital for our communities to incorporate energy efficiency into everyday business practices and personal lives. And whereas Santa Barbara County seeks to promote innovative methods and advanced technologies in the design and construction of new residential and commercial buildings within the county. And whereas energy efficiency improvements can be realized through wise energy attitudes, behaviors, and organizational decisions. And whereas Energy Awareness Month is a national effort first proclaimed by the White House in October 2010. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this month of October 2016 is declared to be Energy Awareness Month, to be celebrated in Santa Barbara County, its employees, residents of all ages, and businesses throughout our community. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams, Supervisor Lavagnino, and all the supervisors. This is a great program, the Energy Watch Partnership, funded by PG&E and Southern California Gas. It's been going strong since 2010. We've helped literally hundreds of businesses in northern Santa Barbara County become more energy efficient through the direct install program. We've also helped municipalities, the cities, the county buildings, upgrading their lighting at little or no cost to the county. And we also do outreach to the community to make everyone aware of energy efficiency options, things they can do. We do outreach to small communities. These are great events where we go into a small community and we have updates for energy efficiency, but they also learn about what's going on with the county, fire department, health department, and other things. Communities really like it. Supervisor Lavagnino, we did one in Sisquoc, which was great, and Supervisor Carbajal, we did one in New Cuyama. And Supervisor Farr, we've done a number with you. We've done Tanglewood, we did Casmalia, and next week we're doing Los Alamos. So really appreciate your support and partnership to let people know about energy and saving energy and energy conservation. So thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Allen, do we have any, I think that's it for our resolutions, right?
No further resolutions.
Okay, so now it's public comment time. Do we have any public comment speakers?
I have no request to speak.
Okay. All right. So that brings us to discussion item 1.
Chair Adam, members of the board, item 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It's a hearing to consider case number 16 APL 20. This is Pacific Coast Energy Company appeal of the County Planning Commission's June 29, 2016 denial of the Orchid Hill Resources Enhancement Plan project. This is in the 4th District.
Ms. Black, Mr. Cannell.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. This is the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the Pacific Coast Energy Project. With me is Aaron Briggs, energy specialist. He'll be doing the presentation.
Okay, let's just take a little time out here and do our ex parte communications. Mr. Lavagnino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've visited the site previously. I've had, I believe, 3 meetings. 2 of those included Mr. Breitenbach, Mr. Bray, Jim Bray, Dick Hart, and all 3 of them were Jim Bray, Dick Hart, and Randy Brown of PCEC.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a meeting with Mike Lopez and John Hughes of the Plumber Pipe Fitter Union and IBEW in my Solvang office. I also had a meeting with Linda Kropp and Elisa Rossler of the Environmental Defense Center. I met with Katie Davis of the Sierra Club in the Santa Barbara office, and then I had about a 2-hour meeting and site visit with the PCEC representatives, Jim Bray, Dick Hart, Randy Breitbart, and Phil, I forget your last name, Phil, sorry. I'm sorry? Brown, thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All of the meetings that I'm going to report on occurred in my office. The first one occurred on April 20th, 2016, with myself and my staff, Naomi Kovacs, and we met with PCEC Representative Randall Brittenbach and Jim Bray. Then on September 22nd, 2016. Myself and my staff, Mary O'Gorman, met with PCEC representatives Randall Breitenbach, Jim Bray, and Philip Brown. On August 1st, August 29th, and September 26th, myself and my staff, Mary O'Gorman and Naomi Kovacs, met with EDC representatives Linda Kropp, Brian Troutwine, and/or Alicia Rossler. On October 6, 2016, I and Naomi Kovacs met with John Hughes, Ironworkers 433 President, Tri-Counties Building Trades, Martin Rodriguez, IBEW 413. On October 10th, 2016, I and Naomi Kovacs met with Katie Davis and from Sierra Club. I also received many emails from both sides of the issue that were forwarded to the clerk of the board. Also, during my most recent meeting with PCEC, I had received a handout that I also submitted to the clerk of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had phone conversations with Ventura County Supervisor John Zaragoza, Oxnard City Council member Brian McDonald, Katie Davis with the Sierra Club, Mike Lopez with the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters, and Linda Kropp from the Environmental Defense Center. I've met with John Hughes from the IBEW and Martin Rodriguez from the Ironworkers. I've met with Linda Kropp and Brian Troutwine from the EDC. I've met with Randy Breitenbach and Phil Brown of PCEC. Earlier this year, I had an office meeting with Randy Breitenbach and Jim Bray of PCEC. Site visit last year, 1/8/15 with Phil Brown, Jim Bray, and Dick Hart. My staff also had conversations with Linda Kropp and Alicia Rossler from EDC, phone conversations with John Hughes and Katie Davis. And as Supervisor Wolf stated, I too have received a significant amount of emails overwhelmingly against the project, and I have forwarded those to the clerk of the board as part of our ex parte communication.
Okay, and I had tours of Orchid Hill PCEC on February 13th, 2014 and July 31st, 2015, where we observed Seep Cans and the SCADA system and a lot of their ongoing operations and personnel. I met with Jim Bray on February 24th of 2014 about this project, and since then I met with Randy Breitenbach, Dick Hart, Phil Brown, and Jim Bray on April 20th, 2016. And again, I met with Randy Breitenbach, Phil Brown, and Jim Bray on September 21, 16. And these last meetings were in my Santa Maria office. And I also had a chance meeting with Mike Lopez at a local restaurant, and I can't tell you what day it was, but it was within the last 2 weeks.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I failed to also remember, I just wanted to mention that I had received all the same emails and had forwarded those to the clerk. And just for the record, so nobody's out there looking for Randy Brown, my meeting was with Phil Brown. So.
And I also had all the emails, and I believe my staff has turned those all over. Okay, you have a housekeeping item?
Chair, item, members of the board, we did receive one letter that was submitted into the record after 12 noon on Friday. It was from a 17-page submission from Latham and Watkins, came in at 3:20 p.m. It's been distributed to the board, but per the board's rules, this would have to be voted into the record by the board.
I don't think I received it.
I don't recall having received it either.
Mr. Chair, as I recall, we kept getting copies of batches of all these emails that were coming in at the last minute, and I found the Latham and Watkins letter and presentation in the middle of one of those stacks, two of those stacks. So I did receive it by Friday afternoon, and I think it's, you know, quite pertinent to our discussion today, so I would vote that we receive it.
Well, I will certainly vote to receive it, but I'm not sure that I saw it.
Yeah,
It was a part of, I believe, Group 4 or Group 5 that came out, and then it's also posted online and available in both North and South County.
Okay, so do we have a motion to receive it?
if I can get a copy of it, I'm glad to move to receive it. Somebody could give me a copy.
Do we need to take a break for a minute? Okay, let's take a 4 or 5 minute break and
should we-
get some copies.
Should we vote to accept it?
Well, I
Yeah,
think one of the conditions is Supervisor Carbajal wants to.
You know
have a
what?
copy.
Unless we take a significant copy for me to read this, I'm not going to be able to vote for it. It's a pretty lengthy document. I'm just not going to read 20 pages on the fly. So I'm not going to be voting to add it because I think it's just significant information. But you guys can vote for it.
Okay.
I need a copy too. Do you have one?
Yeah, but I can't read it right now.
But you're going to read it if we take a break. Yeah, let's take a break. But Mike, the packet that I have a packet of emails that says number 1. If there were other ones, I don't have. The bottom line is I don't have it. So
All right. Well. Okay. Well, we're just going to have to take a 20-minute break and 10-minute break. Okay. Well, I want to have everybody have an opportunity to take a look at it too. So let's do 20. That way you got 10 minutes and we can look at it for 10 minutes. And what I'm thinking, just so the audience knows what's going on, speakers know, I'm going to go with 2.5 minutes. We have 45 speakers, and normally we would be going for 1 minute apiece. Because this is so early in the day and because it's the only item we have today besides closed session, sorry guys, we're going to go with 2.5 minutes per speaker. So adjust your comments accordingly if you have 3-minute comments. Okay, so let's take a break.
there's more speaker slips over there.
All right. If you help us bring this meeting back to order, please. Hello? We're bringing the meeting back to order. Yes. Don't make me get the gavel out, because I do it really loud. And it's scary. Okay. Mr. Cannell, please continue.
Thank you,
I'm sorry. We've got to have a motion and do we have?
I'll make a motion to accept the Latham and Watkins letter as part of the record.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Unanimously accepted. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to abstain. I read the first 3 pages, which I think was the meat of it, but there's still quite a bit, so I'm going to abstain from the vote.
Okay. All right, so it's 4-1 abstention. Mr. Cannell, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Aaron Briggs, Energy Specialist with the Energy and Minerals Division, for the presentation.
Great.
Is that the best we can do? Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Aaron Briggs, Energy Specialist, and I have a somewhat brief presentation for you on the Pacific Coast Energy Company's appeal of the County Planning Commission's denial of the PCEC Orchid Hill Resources Enhancement Plan project.
Mr. Briggs, can we be more precise about somewhat brief? Because I think I have a script here that says you're going to take 10 minutes.
That's about right.
Okay, perfect. So let's put that on the clock, Mr. Allen.
The project site is located within PCEC's 4,000-acre New Love oil and gas lease, located in the state-designated oil field known as the Orchid Oil Field. The proposed project would occupy about 3 acres within a 285-acre project area, shown here in red, that currently supports an existing oil production facility and 96 existing cyclically steamed wells on 7 well pads known as pods. PCEC also owns numerous other leases in the Orchid Oil Field, as shown on this map. PCEC has requested an oil drilling and production plan that would allow drilling of 96 new cyclically steamed wells on 8 well pods, as shown here in blue, 48 replacement wells, and ancillary equipment on 2 additional pads, shown here in green. The 48 replacement wells would allow PCEC to plug and abandon any 48 of their approved wells and relocate them to another approved pod on the site. This would include any of their existing 96 wells or the proposed 96 wells. Water for cyclic steaming would come from brine water that is recycled from existing oil and gas production. The proposed project also includes permitting for 99 oil seep cans previously installed under emergency permits. As mentioned, the project includes permitting of seep management activities. Seeps are releases of crude oil from the ground surface originating from an oil-bearing zone in the shallow Careaga Formation, which is located above the targeted diatomite formation. The extent of the Careaga Formation at the site is shown here in pink. The location of the existing 99 seep cans is shown as yellow dots. Although seeps have occurred historically on Orchid Hill prior to the beginning of steaming operations, a large number of seeps began occurring when steaming operations started in 2007. When PCEC's steaming program began at Pod 1, the majority of seeps occurred in the direct vicinity. As production expanded down the hill, seeps generally followed. Currently, most new seeps occur on the southern edge of the current production area. Existing Pods 1 through 7 and proposed Pod 8 are located within the Careaga tar zone. This is a photograph of a seep can at the PCEC site. Seep cans are temporary structures made of corrugated metal pipe, typically 24 inches in diameter and approximately 4 to 6 feet high above the ground surface. The seep can is driven into the ground where oil is flowing to the surface. The oil migrates up into the can and is transferred via vacuum truck or pipeline to the on-site oil production facility for processing. Once a seep has stopped flowing, the associated seep can may be removed. As of today, 99 emergency seep cans have been installed at the site. Of those, 37 have since been removed because those seeps have stopped, and approximately 49 cans are actively collecting oil. Seep cans are not converted to production wells. The project EIR described a range of alternatives, including the Careaga exclusion alternative, which was included to reduce the incident of seeps. This alternative was originally recommended by staff to the Planning Commission and would prohibit drilling on Pod 8 and directional drilling to downhole locations below the Careaga tar zone, again shown here in pink. This alternative would be expected to reduce the incident of seeps relative to the proposed project and lessen the project's Class 1 impacts. PCEC would still be permitted to drill all of their proposed 96 wells and 48 replacement wells in areas outside of the Careaga tar zone. This limitation on drilling locations would reduce production by approximately 20%. After considering the project at 3 separate hearings, the Planning Commission denied the project on July 13th by a vote of 3-2. The Commission did not support adopting a statement of overriding considerations and stated that the benefits of the project did not outweigh the project's significant and unavoidable impacts to the environment. The Commission also stated that the proposed development does not conform to the applicable provisions of the county's Land Use and Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. The applicant subsequently filed an appeal. In appeal issue number 1, the appellant claims that the rationale for denial of the project is not supported by substantial evidence in the record, stating that the Planning Commission's findings make overly broad statements and conclusions that are not supported by the evidence in the record. Potential impacts to Lompoc Yerba Santa, for example, were explicitly countered by scientific evidence. The Planning Commission's findings provide details regarding the significant and unavoidable impacts identified in the project's EIR, including impacts to sensitive species and habitats that have occurred to date as a result of the installation of the existing Seep Cans. More specifically, the findings cite that impacts from oil seeps have already resulted in the destruction of approximately 6 acres of sensitive habitat, including Bishop Pine Forest, Maritime Chaparral, Coastal Sage Scrub, Oak Woodland, California Tiger Salamander upland habitat, and to individual plants of the federally endangered Lompoc Yerba Santa. Therefore, contrary to PCEC's claim, the Planning Commission's denial is supported by substantial evidence in the record. In appeal issue number 2, the appellant claims that the Planning Commission's denial is based on unfounded speculation regarding largely hypothetical potential impacts which are remote, particularly in the context of the Careaga exclusion alternative. They support this assertion by referencing that staff recommended the Careaga exclusion alternative, which would preclude drilling through or under the Careaga formation, thus eliminating potential impacts from seeps. The applicant also states that Lompoc Yerba Santa is thriving at the site, and no tiger salamander has ever been seen within the proposed project site. The project's impacts to the environment are identified and analyzed in the EIR and include those impacts that have been caused by the installation of 99 existing seep cans, as well as projected impacts from the potential for additional seeps to occur in the future. While staff did recommend the Careaga exclusion alternative as a means to reduce the proposed project's impacts on the environment, 99 existing seep cans have been installed to date, and their installation has led to the direct removal of sensitive habitat and approximately 360 individual Lompoc Yerba Santa plants. With respect to tiger salamander, the entire project site is located within the salamander's upland habitat. As such, impacts from all existing seep cans have occurred within this habitat. Because many of the project's impacts have already occurred and are documented in the EIR, the project findings for denial are supported by substantial evidence and are clearly not hypothetical. In appeal issue number 3, the appellant states that the Planning Commission's denial does not adequately acknowledge that the natural occurrence of seeps is a historic feature of the area likely dating back thousands of years, and that seeps are a function of the local geology correlated with the Careaga tar zone. The applicant specifies that while the occurrence of seeps initially increased with PCEC's initiated diatomite production, the incidence of seeps has decreased significantly since 2009, even as PCEC has tripled the number of wells and increased production proportionally. Evidence documenting the historic incident of seeps is included in the project EIR and the original Planning Commission staff report. The record shows that seeps have historically occurred at the project site and increased significantly when PCEC began steaming operations in 2007. The incidence of seeps has decreased since 2009 due to the implementation of revised production practices developed at the insistence of Dogger. Nonetheless, seeps continue to occur, with 8 in 2013, 1 in 2014, 4 in 2015, and 2 to date this year. Contrary to the appellant's assertion, the natural occurrence of seeps at the project site was adequately considered by the Planning Commission's denial, and the evidence shows the occurrence of seeps has increased due to PCEC's cyclic steaming activities. In appeal issue number 4, the appellant asserts that the denial does not account for the substantial economic benefit of the project. The Planning Commission's findings fail to properly consider the substantial economic benefits to the county in terms of jobs and ongoing annual tax revenues, as well as the direct, indirect, and induced economic output associated with project construction and operations. The appellant also references the amount of tax payments made to the county. Contrary to this assertion, the Planning Commission clearly considered the potential economic benefits of the proposed project when taking action to deny it. Information detailing the economic benefits of the project was provided by staff and by the applicant to the Planning Commission, who had robust discussions on the matter at their final 2 hearings. The Planning Commission clearly considered the economic benefits of the project as evidenced by their deliberate findings for denial that specifically referenced the project's uncertain tax benefits. If your board wishes to sustain the Planning Commission's denial of the project, staff recommends you approve the Seep Can only alternative, which addresses existing and any future Seeps associated with current operations. This alternative has the effect of denying the project while allowing administrative streamlining of Seep Cans which have not yet received the required planning permit. This alternative would permit existing and future Seep Cans only, and no new wells would be permitted. In summary, staff finds that the appeal issues do not hold merit. Because existing and future Seeps associated with current operations must be permitted, we recommend that your board approve the Seep Can only alternative, which would carry forward the Planning Commission's action for project denial while providing the necessary administrative permitting for current and future Seep Cans. Staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal, case number 16 APL 20, make the required findings for denial of the project included as Exhibit 1 to your board letter, find that the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15270. Deny the project. Staff also recommends that your board approve the Seep Can only alternative and take the following actions: to make the required findings for approval of the Seep Can only alternative, including the CEQA findings included as Exhibit 3 to your board letter, certify the environmental impact report 14 EIR 1 for the Seep Can only alternative and adopt the mitigation monitoring program containing the conditions of approval. And finally, grant de novo approval of the Seep Can only alternative, case number 13 PPP 1, subject to the conditions included as Exhibit 5 of your board letter. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Briggs, for your presentation. So just going back to the appeal and the issue of the alternative, not the Seep Can, but the Careaga exclusion, there are still Class 1 impacts to biological and water resources, right? Okay. And then this letter that we looked at this morning when we took our break, there's a letter from the U.S. Department of Interior discussing a draft habitat conservation plan for tiger salamander. Does that plan reduce the Class 1 impact to biological?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, that proposed conservation easement would certainly lessen the impacts to salamander in general.
But it's still Class 1.
The impacts to the impacts that were considered to be Class 1 in the EIR were to the salamander's upland habitat, and this conservation easement really deals with the breeding ponds. So certainly the easement would go a long way in maintaining the breeding ponds, which is obviously very important to the species. But because the Class 1 impact is to the species upland habitat on the project site, it would not lower that Class 1 impact to a Class 2.
All right, thank you. I
Mr. Chair,
just wanted to seek clarity on that.
Mr. Dillon.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, there's an application to Fish and Wildlife for a HCP, Habitat Conservation Plan, not a conservation easement. Right now, it's simply an application and it hasn't been approved. So while it's in the record and you can take note of it, if you wanted to approve this project, we've recommended you not rely on what's really right now just a proposed habitat conservation plan.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I guess my question was, even if it was approved, which was what was implied here, that it wouldn't negate that this is a Class 1, that it remains to be a Class 1 impact. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff, so just to kind of go back and understand the order that things happened. When this first came to the Planning Commission, the applicant's request was for the 96 wells plus the 48 any place on this particular site. What staff came forward with was, and what was really the only thing that was discussed, I understand, by the Planning Commission and staff, was the Careaga exclusion alternative, one of the alternatives in the environmental review. Considered the environmentally superior option, but there actually was another option that was both a Careaga exclusion and a California tiger salamander exclusion area option that was actually considered the most environmentally protective. So why did staff recommend just the Careaga exclusion, and did the Planning Commission consider at all both the CTS and the Careaga exclusion option?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Farr, yes, the Planning Commission did discuss the CTS plus Careaga exclusion alternative. In the EIR, the CTS plus Careaga exclusion alternative was identified to reduce production by about 40%. And for that reason, that particular alternative did not meet the project objectives. And because it did not meet the objectives, it was discarded. And therefore, the Careaga exclusion alternative, which reduced production by about 20%, was considered the environmentally superior alternative.
Okay, but it's my understanding that the applicant at the Planning Commission hearings did not really accept the Careaga exclusion alternative either.
That's correct.
Okay, so so what's before us now is in effect a change of heart of the applicant to now consider the Careaga exclusion alternative.
I believe so.
Okay, well, I didn't see any, but were there any other alternatives discussed that would reduce the total number of wells that were requested? Because I think for both any of these options that we've talked about, they still included up to 96 wells plus 48 replacement wells. Is that right?
That's correct. The EIR did include an alternative that analyzed the development of half of the 96 wells or 48 wells. That alternative was not carried forward for further analysis, but you're correct. The alternatives that were discussed by the Commission all included the development of the full 96 wells and the 48 replacement wells. The various alternatives limited their location, but the applicant would still be allowed to drill the full number of wells that they requested under those alternatives.
Okay, and why was just the 48 well alternative not carried forward?
Again, it was determined to not meet the project objectives.
Okay. I don't know if you can put a map up. I'm sorry, Mr. Cannell, did you want to comment on
Mr.
that?
Chair, Supervisor Farr, just to take another cut at that. The alternative actually looked at, in effect, a 72-well project as an alternative. So the idea was to add the 90-plus wells plus the additional wells and then cut that number in half. So it was roughly 72 to 74 well alternative. That was found to probably reduce production by about 50%, which was considered to be to not have met the project applicant's intention with the project, and so it was discarded. It actually, I just wanted to get the number on the record that it looked at as roughly 72 to 74 in the EIR. It was discarded as an option.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if we can put a map back up, the best map you've got. What I'm looking for is something that shows not just the Careaga exclusion area, but the entire Careaga plus CTS exclusion area, and where that is also in relation to what the applicant is now proposing as a CTS protected breeding pond area.
So, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Farr, here's a map that shows the Careaga exclusion alternative, which is essentially shown in pink again, and then the CTS exclusion area here shown in green.
Do we have a bigger map? Because we're only showing, looks like, part of those green circles. Do we have something that you could do on a pointer that would show the whole?
I don't. This is the best we can do. These figures are taken from the EIR.
Okay, but I think you had a map that showed the bigger area of the site. Yeah, that. So this is in the southern end, right? And so does the CTS exclusion area go take in that whole southern part of that red boundary?
It does.
Okay. And then where are the potential breeding ponds that were offered?
So the breeding, there's one known pond, and then there's one potential pond, and they're both contained within the proposed easement that has been provided to U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And that's shown there in the bottom right-hand corner in green.
Okay, so that area is actually totally outside of this particular area.
That's correct.
That's being discussed. Okay, thank you. I probably have some more questions, but I can't think of them right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Labanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to Class 1 impact, so on water, is the impact is in case of some sort of a spill, catastrophic spill. So would there ever be able to be an oil project or a gas project that would not have Class 1 impact if it has a pipeline anywhere?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Labanino, anytime that we have an oil and gas project with a pipeline that crosses a blue line stream, that is a Class 1 impact.
Okay.
If someone were able to develop a project with a pipeline that did not cross a stream or did not have the potential to spill into a stream, they could avoid that Class 1 impact. But given the county's topography, that's very rare.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I correct in understanding that no matter how you try to mitigate the Class 1 impacts, they will always remain Class 1 impacts? And at least in this case, let's stick to this project.
Sure. Mr. Chair, Supervisor Carbajal, that's a fairly difficult question to answer. With respect to spills, because of the watershed in this area and the abundance of blue line streams that are downhill from the site, I don't think you could avoid the Class 1 impact related to oil spills on water quality. Because of the nature of seeps at the site and their unknown location, when and where they may pop up, it's very difficult to protect the sensitive botanical species at the site from an oil spill or from a seep. So it would be nearly impossible to avoid that impact as well. And it's just the nature of the site. It's a very sensitive area.
And I saw that the EIR didn't do any environmental analysis for less than 96 wells. It was mentioned, but I didn't see any analysis language. And I heard you say that the applicant, I guess, has thresholds by which the project he would not want to move forward with the project. So is that accurate, that anything less than 96 wells, the applicant would not want to move forward with such a project?
I wouldn't want to speak for the applicant.
Okay. And lastly, I saw in the letter, the 3 pages I was able to read from what was submitted, that there's a project labor agreement that was reached with PCEC. Has there been a project labor agreement on this site for over the years, to your knowledge?
I have no knowledge of that subject, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Farr and then Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought of the rest of some of my questions. So staff, what the applicant has included in their letter, which is the agreement, potential agreement with Fish and Wildlife for the CTS breeding ponds as a conservation easement, the $125,000 over 5 years for the Yerba Santa study, the project labor agreement that Supervisor Carbajal just referenced. None of those were on the table, and also I think the mitigating the GHG down to 0. None of those were on the table for the Planning Commission to look at and discuss.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Farr, you are correct.
Okay. And then on the statement of overriding considerations when it comes to the economic impacts of the project, as I recall, we had something similar for the Santa Maria Energy project. Is that right? Was that a different kind of a offering of for the statement, or was it essentially the same?
Supervisor Farr, the overriding considerations that were made for Santa Maria Energy were very similar to those that were included in the Planning Commission's findings for this project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Wolf and then Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the 48, I'll just call them potential additional wells on top of the 96. Did I read somewhere in the EIR that the installation of those 48 additional wells would be based on economic need from the operator? Or just explain what would determine and who decides when those 48 wells can be included?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, it would be the applicant's discretion on when to replace a well. It could be due to the fact that the well failed for one reason or another. It could be that maybe it didn't hit its target formation and produce the way they wanted it to. They would, run the field and evaluate those decisions themselves, and if they decided to replace a well, they would do so, and we would keep track of it.
So even though we're talking 96, there is the potential for many more.
So at the site, they have 96 existing wells, and then another 96 would be approved as part of this project. So they could have a total of 192 operational wells at any one time.
Okay.
The 48 replacement wells would allow them to replace a well but never go above the 192.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. But there would be additional impact because they would be drilling perhaps someplace else.
That's correct. There could be additional water used to drill a new well. There could be emissions associated with drilling a new well. There would be those types of impacts.
Okay. Thank you.
One last thought. The replacement wells are limited in their location to the existing well pods.
Mm-hmm.
So any wells would be drilled in existing disturbed areas that are already utilized for oil and gas operations. The applicant would not be allowed to just, create a new well pad or an area that's, vegetated now and start drilling in that area.
Okay. Thank you for that. Oh, one other thing regarding the project labor agreement. There's nothing that prevents PCEC right now for implementing a project labor agreement for maintenance of what they have right now on this field. Is that correct?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. The labor agreement is not really a planning-related issue that we get into.
Right, so they could just do it on their own right now?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Wolf, I think from our standpoint, it'd be best really to direct those types of questions to the applicant when they have their moment. As Aaron said, we don't have any real insights to the project labor agreement, but they may be able to tell you exactly what they're up to with that.
Supervisor Lavanino and then Carball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to get into air quality side of things, and I think in the future it would probably be good also to have our air pollution control officer at these, whenever we have an oil hearing, I think. But so the project is fully compliant with AB 32, correct?
Yes, it would be.
All right, so question about, so in the report it says Santa Barbara County requires operators to mitigate down to 1,000 metric tons. They've offered to go to mitigate to 0. So what would that look like? Would they buy credits? Explain to me how that would work, the mitigation to 0.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, we have a condition in the project that requires them to mitigate down to 1,000. Within that condition, there are several options. I want to say there are 7 or 8 different options that the applicant can take advantage of. They certainly have the ability to buy credits, and that process would be overseen and verified by the Air Pollution Control District. And the programs that they would be able to purchase credits from are verified and kept track of. So,
is there anything available that they might be able to do locally?
go ahead.
maybe I can direct that to the...
Well, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lavanino, they do identify in this most recent letter that you've received the refrigerator replacement program that they're working on, and those are the kinds of programs that, taken in large application, have the effect of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. There are a number of different sources and points to which they can go to get credits. The largest is the state market, which is operated by the Air Resources Board, and there are others. The California Air Pollution Control Officers Association has a system of quantifying and verifying emission reductions for greenhouse gas emissions.
Right.
So they've got kind of a suite of things they can tap in to do. The thing that's interesting about this letter that's in front of your board today is that the applicant is offering to go the extra mile and reduce down to zero their greenhouse gas emissions. That was not on the table when we talked before the Planning Commission back in June and July.
And while that's important to me, what's even more important is that the mitigation is done locally, because that's one of the problems I've had in the past, is that our system, you know, the way it works is the impact could be here, and the mitigation is done elsewhere. So I'd be interested to hear from the applicant about doing something here locally. Any idea what the cost would be? What is the cost on this project to reduce from what we allow at 1,000 down to 0? Do we know what that is?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Supervisor
on what the emissions
Lavanino,
are.
we've not
Okay.
done that calculation.
All right. So then, do we know if we have a air pollution monitor in the Orchid area?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor
don't think there
Lavanino.
is.
I'm sorry?
I don't think that there is, but
The APCD runs a regional network of monitors, really to keep track of what are typically called criteria pollutants. And they do that, so it's more of a regional look at things like oxides of nitrogen and those sorts of things that really contribute to ozone pollution. So to answer the specific question, I don't believe there's one in the very local area for the project.
yeah, I don't believe that there is either, and I would think that that might be something we need to look at. Okay, then my next questions go to water. So, from what I can understand, there's no fresh water used for the operations. Is that correct? Outside of drinking and what they use up on the hill, but...
That's correct. So freshwater in this case would be limited to the offices, and I believe the drilling of new wells.
And who oversees so when they're drilling, who oversees the quality of the water that's coming up to make sure that they aren't drilling fresh water?
Dogger oversees drilling activities, yes.
All right. All right, so the other question I have on water is for them. So, okay, so on water also, Class 1 impact. So there was legislation, AB 1960, as far as pipeline safety. Do we know if they're compliant?
I'm not aware of any violations at the project site. I believe they are fully compliant with all state and federal regulations related to pipelines and oil transportation.
And does the Class 1 impact that we're talking about, possibility, is already possible today, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and then you mentioned something, Mr. Briggs, that I thought was interesting when you said the nature of the site is it's a very sensitive area, which is true. It is very sensitive. I think the other side of that also is that it's been in operation since 1890 or whatever, so although it is very sensitive, it's also been historically, it is a designated state oil field, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure of that. All right. I think the rest of the questions are for other folks. Thanks.
Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you very much. You know, I want to understand your answer to Supervisor Wolf earlier. You said that we're talking about 96 wells with 48 possible replacement wells. So even though the replacement wells, you could potentially have, at any one time, 96, but you could potentially have 144 drilled wells. because you're replacing them.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Carbajal, under the proposed project, if it were approved, yes, they could drill a total of 144 wells.
Great. That's 50% of the wells that they are seeking to get, 96. What is the well casing failure of their wells? What kind of rate do we have?
I don't know the well failure rate at the site. That's not information that's out there.
And the reason I raise it is because if you're looking at basically 50% more wells to be able to develop a well, drill a well, and then it fails, for whatever reason it fails, or it didn't meet expectations, they basically get another shot at building another one. So it's, I think it's important to recognize that we're talking about 144 wells at the end of the day, not 96.
Yes, sir.
Based on the EIR, I know that even with the Careaga exclusion, because of the Seeps that are the historic Seeps and the Seep increase that we've seen with the increase in operations, will there not be any Seeps, even if you incorporate the Careaga exclusion in other areas where proposed wells are proposed?
Supervisor Carbajal, the Careaga exclusion alternative was developed specifically to try to reduce the incidence of seeps. And we know that seeps are associated with the Careaga tar zone because of fingerprinting the oil. And so we know it's that oil-bearing formation that produces the seeps. So logically, if you try to avoid drilling in those areas, you're likely to reduce the incidence of seeps. I don't think that anyone is willing to say that there will not be any seeps ever if we don't drill in the Careaga, because the site is very complex. The geology is fairly well understood, but we can't be certain. What we do feel comfortable saying is that if we avoid the Careaga formation, there will be less seeps relative to the proposed project, which involves drilling through the Careaga.
Thank you. Having experienced the Plains pipeline, onshore pipeline disaster that we saw, I know there's been talk about the type of monitoring and pipeline reliability system that we employ with offshore oil drilling. And there's been talk about incorporating some of those elements with onshore oil drilling operations. Could you talk about what that is and that looks like and those systems are, and whether they're incorporated into this particular operation or not?
Supervisor Carbajal, the systems that are included in pipelines to reduce spill amounts and reduce the frequency of spills are very complicated. They're overseen by remote sensors and computer systems. The pipeline in this case, which carries the oil off the site to sale, is operated by Phillips 66. It's a 6-inch pipeline. Phillips is just now beginning to replace the existing pipeline that's there. So they have an existing 6-inch line. Earlier this year, I want to say it was in January of this year, the Planning Commission approved the replacement of that line. And so Phillips is going to be installing a brand new pipeline to carry the oil off of this site, and it's going to be equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, including a SCADA system and automatic shutoff valves. And so that new pipeline is going to include basically state-of-the-art equipment to reduce the incidence and the volume of a spill to the extent feasible.
Is that a pipeline that we approved or the County of San Luis Obispo approved?
This is a County of Santa Barbara pipeline that was approved by the Planning Commission.
And is this the technology that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Briggs, I just wanted to clarify what you said about the Careaga exclusion alternative, because I'm looking in the EIR regarding the seeps, and it says here, even with some oil seeps historically under this alternative, as the Careaga formation would not be penetrated. Wait a second. Sorry. This indicates that even by entirely drilling and producing outside of the Careaga tar zone, as under this alternative, there exists the potential for additional oil seeps to be generated. And then within the EIR, there was specific instances of examples where there was drilling outside of the Careaga tar zone, and there was, in fact, oil seeps. So the potential does exist even if you're outside of that zone.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, if you look at this representation of the Careaga tar zone, which is shown here in, I don't know why we say it's pink, it's actually purple, you'll see down in this area and out here, there are seeps that occur outside the Careaga tar zone. So it's simply not factual to say that the seeps occur only from the Careaga tar. They don't.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, and you can see those here. They do occur outside the Careaga tar zone. They're downslope, down gradient of the Careaga tar zone, but they do occur outside.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I just wanted to ask, so if, but you do state in your report that it would significantly reduce the number, correct?
We believe that to be the
Okay.
case for the reasons that I articulated earlier.
Right. And if PCEC closed up shop and left, we'd still have Seeps, potential for Seeps?
Likely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
I just wanted to go back to one of the statements you made earlier, and that is that with the increased drilling when the operation began, there was noticeably more seeps than were historically present. Is that the case?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Gazzoni.
just for context, I think that the supervisors have been talking recently about the Careaga exclusion area, and Supervisor Wolf's comments appear to come from that alternative discussion, which is contained at page 5-7 of the draft, of the EIR that's for your consideration. I'm just giving that to you so you can all be following on the same page.
Supervisor Lavanino.
One last. I had a lot of notes. This is so, and I'm learning from Supervisor Farr. I have a lot of stickies, so I'm trying to get my system worked out here. One other question I had was about the financial aspect of this, and I found it shocking in the report that it continues to say that we as the county were unable to determine what the financial impact would be. And it didn't even say what the financial impact would be. It said an estimate of what the financial impact would be. How are we not able, I mean, to me, we're the ones that send the bill out, you know? I mean, and I understand that we can't say this is exactly how much it's going to create, but that's a pretty important part of this. That's the balance of the other side. And if you come back and our staff says, well, we don't know what it is. Was it $20,000? Is it $200 million? And I know we've got numbers from PCEC, but I just find it shocking that we can't come up with some sort of an estimate. So where did we go to try to ask for this?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavignino, I think the only thing that might be more complex than the geology of the site is calculating the taxes that these guys would pay in the future. There are an incredible amount of variables that go into calculating the taxes to be paid. I wouldn't begin to claim to understand how it's done personally.
Well, I don't expect you to,
Yeah.
Mr. Briggs, but I expect that we have somebody at the county that should be responsible for being able to do that. I mean, they're in production right now, and I think we got $3.7 million last year. So what I want to know is, with the new production, is that going to be, it's just really difficult to make these decisions when you don't have the information.
Right. So we do know what they've paid in the past, and we can assume that if they're going to increase production, that what they pay in taxes will increase. But again, it's based on the price of oil. It's based on the value of what's still in the ground. There are a lot of variables. We did reach out and tried to get someone to help us calculate what the taxes were, and because of the variables and the uncertainty of what's going to happen in the future, I mean, when we talk about the proposed project, it's going to take them years to build it out.
Right.
You know, the first year they might be able to drill a couple dozen wells, and then a couple dozen after that, and so on. And so you would see a very slow ramping up of the production, and therefore a slow ramping up of the taxes paid. Just very complicated and very difficult to predict with any kind of certainty. So we can make very general statements like, yes, with more production, the taxes will increase, but I don't know anyone willing to put a dollar value on it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're out of lights, so let's go to the appellant, which is Mr. Breitenbach.
And the clicker for the presentation. Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Adam, and supervisors. My name is Randy Breitenbach, and I am the CEO of Pacific Coast Energy Company, and I'm here to present the Orchid Hill Resource Enhancement Plan. Because you all are familiar with the proposal, I will focus today's presentation on what has been modified or enhanced based on the feedback we received from the community, the Planning Commission, and the supervisors. Given the outcome of the Planning Commissioner's vote, we went back to the drawing board and re-looked at each of the specific impacts identified and discussed how they may be further mitigated. We then discussed the impacts of the project with community groups, elected officials, and our labor partners, and as a result, we have decided to include substantial enhancements to the plan. Okay, so what's new? First, we adopted the Careaga exclusion alternative that was recommended by the county's planning department. As you know, the county's EIR for the project identified the Careaga exclusion alternative as the environmentally superior alternative, and planning staff recommended the adoption of this alternative to the planning commissioners. The Careaga formation is a shallow, oil-bearing geologic zone that outcrops at the top of Orchid Hill. Seeps are naturally occurring releases of crude oil at the surface. Because we have fingerprinted the seep oil, we know that the seeps on Orchid Hill originated from the Careaga zone. By moving the project away from the Careaga zone, we eliminate the possibility of seeps associated with the new wells. To be clear, the Careaga exclusion reduces the project's scope and will exclude wells from being drilled through or under the Careaga zone.
Stop the clock, please. Supervisor Carball.
I guess just for clarification.
Sure.
I just heard from staff something different, so I'm trying to corroborate. You're saying by excluding the Careaga, you're removing the possibility of seeps. And I heard from staff that you cannot completely say that there will not be any seeps. Is that correct? I'm just trying to get everybody on the same page, because what I'm hearing is two different things.
And if you put that map back up, I can explain where we're kind of talking past each other. You gotta stay on the mic. Sorry. There's a pointer on. There is. Okay. As you can tell, and what we've said before is, all of the seeps have been fingerprinted, so we know for a fact that the oil itself came from the Careaga zone. We also know where the Careaga zone is, and it's that colored pink-purple. What happens if you think of it geologically, again, this zone is underground, and it's looking for ways to get to the surface. So it's looking at fractures, what we would call high permeability streaks, things of that nature that allow it to flow. That doesn't necessarily mean it comes straight up. What happens is, again, it has to have originated from here, because that's the only place it is. So it is, as it comes out of the ground, as it's trying to make its way to the surface, it can migrate out to the sides. So when we have been drilling wells, when the wells were drilled in here, that is what we would say potentially accelerated that action. By us drilling out here, outside the Careaga, we're no longer near the Careaga, so there's no way it can be influenced by the new wells. That said, and this is where we kind of talk past each other, there will be, and there will continue to be, natural seeps coming from the Careaga. There will always be seeps coming from the Careaga, whether we drill new wells or not. What we're saying is seeps associated with the new wells, the new project, the new 96 wells that will be drilled outside of the Careaga will not be responsible for those seeps.
Hold it right there.
Okay.
Is that accurate, staff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with Mr. Breitenbach. However, there are a lot of factors that influence seeps, and it's not just the vertical extent of where the wells are drilled. It's the downhole locations, it's the net injection of water, it's thermal influences.
Will there not be any more seeps if you drill in the other pods outside the Careaga?
This, Supervisor Carbajal, this is a very technical issue that I don't feel comfortable, proclaiming to be an expert on. I'm just saying it's very complicated, and I don't want to speak in absolutes.
Okay, thank you.
Should I continue?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to get back to where I was. I think it's page 4. Thank you. The second enhancement we made is to voluntarily offset 100% of the greenhouse gas emissions associated with this project. As you know, we have already designed the project to minimize all environmental impacts. For example, this project will use existing oil field well pads on only about 3 acres of the 10,000-acre oil field. And the vast majority of those 3 acres is almost exclusively on existing disturbed areas. So we're talking about just over an acre of area that would be disturbed that hasn't already been a part of the oil field and is part of a well pad. In addition, the project, as I said, uses existing facilities, pipelines, oil and gas production facilities, and steam generators that are already permitted and already comply with AB 32. But now we have also voluntarily decided to mitigate all greenhouse gases, including gases allowed as a result of the county's 1,000 metric ton threshold. Therefore, all new greenhouse gases will be mitigated that are associated with this project. Third, in order to address the concerns related to the California tiger salamander and Lompoc yerba santa, we have recently submitted a Habitat Conservation Plan, or HCP, to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This on-site mitigation plan will provide a net benefit, as shown by the letter attached to the file. Benefit to the CTS because the value of the existing breeding habitat being conserved is much greater than the value of the upland habitat impacted by this project. That's why we would consider it a net benefit and why the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service agrees with our position. Furthermore, the Lompoc yerba santa is flourishing on the hill, and we showed that the coverage of the plan is in fact tripled since our last drilling project was approved. In addition, we have agreed to fund a 5-year research program on how to propagate LYS in the wild. This agreement was included in the HCP submitted to the service last week. I want to emphasize again that we have carefully designed this project to minimize the impact on the site. First, there are no new oil field well pads. We used the existing 8 pads, 7 pads under the Careaga exclusion, and therefore there is only minimal grading and vegetation disturbance associated with this project. Second, we are using existing steam generators, and they, as I said, are fully compliant with AB 32 and already permitted by the Air District. Third, given there is no groundwater anywhere near the project area, there will be no impact on groundwater. In addition, we use recycled brine water and use existing roads, facilities, and established pipeline corridors. So again, this project has minimal impact, will occupy less than 0.03% of Orchid Hill, which has been a state-designated oil and gas production facility for over 100 years. What we also know is that if the project is approved, it will provide a significant economic benefit to the local area and the county. First, there are immediate benefits associated with the construction. Capital spending for the project will be approximately $100 million and will create over $160 million of economic benefit during the construction phase. Then, once the project is constructed and is completed, people and contractors and companies will be required to manage and produce the new wells. And the future benefits over the life of the project are estimated to be over $900 million to the county's economy. And lastly, we have shown that the increase in value of the property tax will result in a very meaningful increase in property taxes. As you know, PCEC is one of the largest property taxpayers in Santa Barbara County, having paid on average $3.7 million per year for the last 5 years. Going forward, because of the increase in production and the increase in value, our property taxes will go up. We estimate that increase to be $1.8 million annually or more if this project is approved. In addition to the direct economic benefits to the county, I want to emphasize that existing jobs and the new jobs we create for working families in the region are quality, high-paying jobs. Currently, PCEC employs approximately 55 people directly and over 200 contracting firms. And PCE's average wage is $100,000 as compared to $48,000 as an average wage in the county. In addition, the project will create between 35 to 75 new jobs during construction. Furthermore, we signed a project labor agreement with California State Building Trades and Council, and we are excited about this new relationship. We are new to this, as you all know, but we are proud to be working with the building trades as we have always believed in paying people fairly, and we want the highest trained local people working at Orchid Hill. And this agreement with the trades will help us accomplish that. In fact, many of the representatives from the trades have joined us here today, as well as current employees, contractors, and friends. I would ask that our supporters please stand and be recognized. Thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Just a second. So, close. So in conclusion, approval of the project means that, one, there will be a net benefit for the California tiger salamander because the HCP will provide for permanent conservation of valuable on-site ponds and advances the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's recovery goals. There will be a net benefit to the Lompoc yerba santa, given that the plant is flourishing under our operation, and we will be funding further research to help all understand how it reproduces and determine how we can assist its proliferation. The project will mitigate 100% of the greenhouse gas emissions. The project will create significant financial benefits and additional tax revenue for the county, and most importantly, approval will ensure safeguards for our current employees and provide new, high-paying skilled jobs for our labor partners. In closing, we believe responsible local oil development at Orchid Hill protects and enhances the environment, supports local families in the community, and provides much-needed revenue for local services. We are asking you to grant our appeal and approve the Careaga exclusion alternative. Again, we are asking you to grant our appeal and approve the Careaga exclusion alternative. Thank you for your time and consideration of this project.
Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Just to remind everybody, we go like that with our hands when we want to make a noise instead of making a noise. Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do have a number of questions for the
Certainly.
For the applicant. Your original permit for the 96 wells, did that have any replacement wells allowed as a part of that permit?
The original permit for
The one that you're operating under now?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And so how many of the original 96 wells are operating now?
I am not 100% sure, Phil.
Answer your... Yeah, sorry, Philip Brown, VP of Operations for PCEC. Just to answer your first question, yes, there was an allowance for replacement wells.
How many?
I can't remember the exact number, but there was an area on Pod 3 which was abandoned, and the wells were re-drilled. It was in the teens.
And why was Pod 3 abandoned and they were re-drilled?
Because it was an area which we found had it was unsuitable for the wells. We were getting well damage, so we abandoned them very, very quickly.
So how many wells were drilled and how many then were re-drilled in a different location? How many were abandoned and how many were re-drilled?
I would have to get that number for you. I don't have it to hand.
Yeah, I mean, each pod was approximately 15 wells. So given that the whole pod was basically shut down, I would say it was approximately 15 wells.
Okay, thank you. And then, if we could put up the Seep Can map with the numbers on it. So there's actually one that we have that has them numbered, in the order that they occurred, which is kind of interesting because they seem to follow a particular pattern. If you follow the numbers, they happened in, like you can see, 2, 3, 4, 5 are in a row, and then you kind of go. And so, but it seems like now all the latest ones are down here in kind of the southern part of the project site. And so even though they've slowed from obviously that big cluster up there at the top, the ones that are still occurring seem to be primarily down in the southern end, although occasionally you still have a random one that pops up wherever. So why are all of a sudden the pattern down at the southern end for the Seeps?
Those facilities were put in later, and what we would argue, in fact...
You're going to need a pointer there, sir.
I'm sorry. The 37 wells, the 37 Seep Cans that were removed were also up, some of the original ones up in here. And what we would argue, and again, this is, the Careaga is a finite reservoir, so there's only a certain amount of oil in it. So once all the oil has been drained, it stops seeping. And why 37 of the cans that were up here have now been removed, because it basically it's drained. The same thing is just working its way. It's, if you can think about it, as it's going downhill. It's formed its way down here, and we would argue that we will slowly be removing these cans as well. And we would argue that when we drill, and given that the Careaga exclusion doesn't allow us to drill at Pod 8, we would remove Pod 8 from the drilling. That by design, the fact, because we need a certain amount of surface to drill the 96 wells, and so there's been this kind of back and forth on what's the number of wells. Well, we can't physically drill 96 wells on the remaining 7 pads. It's just not enough room. That's why why when we talk about the reductions, it reduces the project by about 20%, because we just can't fit the wells. and by removing the pad.
So, okay, so I want to go back to that in a minute, but so the reason it's happening down here now is you're saying it's just kind of migrating down, and it's not that the wells that are in this area are being used more, or they're on all the time, and that has created more seeps in this particular location.
That's correct. And if I could just jump back a couple of seconds just to clarify something. You were talking about the sequence of the numbering. These most of these Seep Cans were numbered at one time, so it doesn't necessarily follow the sequence that they were installed. The later ones certainly are later installations when you get into the 90s. But up to 88, I think it was, they were just numbered as they came across them. So they were retrospectively numbered.
Okay, because that was something that I asked staff, and they thought that they were numbered in the order that they appeared.
No.
But that's not true for the first 88.
No, I've looked through it, and we have the dates that they were installed, and it doesn't tie in with the sequential numbering.
Okay, but the ones since 88
Yes,
that are all
yes.
down here, those are numbered in the order that they appeared?
Yes, they are. Certainly 100 is after 99, after 98. So to talk about the latest seeps, they are certainly downhill, and so what's happened is that the seep has migrated down the slope, as it does, and it really doesn't have anything to do with the amount of steam, the amount of injectivity that we are putting into the wells, because we know our most recent wells, we have achieved what we call net zero injection, which means that the amount of fluid we put into the well as steam equals the amount of fluid that we take out in oil and water. So we get an equilibrium in the reservoir, which does not cause any kind of disturbance in the Careaga.
No, and your comment about it being in a
You need to be on the mic, sir.
And your comment about it looking like they go in lines, they in fact do. I mean, again, the concept is, again, the oil is coming from the Careaga, and it's working its way up through these fractures, and then we've captured it in Seep Cans, and then it basically, due to gravity, wants to drift downhill, underground, and through these same fractures. And so we just basically chase it down the fracture, and have been.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to go back to your comment about the fact that the Careaga exclusion zone that you are now willing to consider as the preferred alternative physically limits the number of wells that you could install.
That's correct.
So it's not necessarily 20%. It's considered an estimate of a 20% reduction in production simply because you don't have enough room to put in all 96 wells?
That's correct.
Okay. So how many wells do you think you would need then?
Well, we were looking at, again, we had 8 well pads, and the Careaga exclusion really removes one full well pad and removes some directional drilling from pad 7, I believe, and pad...
Could we go back to the map, please?
Okay, that'll make it easier.
Yeah. The one with the pinky purple color, whatever we decided is.
The ones with the pink. There you go.
There we go. So you can see here, look, we've got some, so you can see that pod 8 certainly is eliminated from the equation under the Careaga exclusion. And also some wells from pod 10 and some wells from pod 9, the ones that we had planned to go to the north, because we can deviate out from the surface area by a few hundred feet. Under the Careaga exclusion, we would not be allowed to drill or permitted to drill anything to the north, because anything under the Careaga is excluded. So we would have a limitation on pod 8 wells and a limitation of that whole area to the north. When we look at production, we look at it in terms of reserves rather than well numbers, and so that whole area of reserves, which is under the Careaga, would not be able to be exploited, and that's where the 20% comes from.
Right.
Okay, so at this point in time, though, you don't know of the 96 wells plus the 48 replacement wells, what number would be reduced that you would actually need under the Careaga exclusion, whether it would be 70 or 80 or 85?
It
Or
certainly could not be 144 for sure.
okay.
And,
Yeah.
pardon. Yes, we certainly could not drill 96 plus the 48 replacement wells. That's just impossible.
Okay, thank
and
you.
the limitation is the surface area of these pods. And we have a photograph that shows, and we are committed to not increasing the size of the disturbed areas. That's part of the EIR. And so there is a physical limitation on there. Sorry,
Yeah, he's on it.
I'll have to crouch.
Can we get subtitles with that too, Phil?
Sorry about that. You have to excuse my accent.
English is not his first language.
So there is a surface location limitation which will limit the amount of wells. We need a little bit of flexibility, because until we start the drilling program, we won't know the most efficient downhole spacing of the wells. It varies depending on where we are with the reservoir, but certainly it will be sub 96 for sure.
Okay, thank you.
And the way that these information, the way that the 20% again was calculated, it was based on the loss of the reserves in the area and the fact that we basically lose almost 20% of the surface area of well pads that allow us to drill. So that was how the EIR was based. And
I see. And so when staff then estimated that the alternative that had both the Careaga exclusion and the California tiger salamander exclusion at about 40%,
it was doing exactly the same thing.
Analysis.
It was the
Okay.
same analysis. It just took out more of the well pads that we had access to.
Okay, thank you. All right, just a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. We've been talking about seeps, but it's my understanding that there have also been what's called surface expressions on your property. So maybe you could define the difference between a seep and a surface expression, and how many surface expressions have you had, and where, and what happened?
Yeah, since over the past 10 years, there have been a total of 4 what are called surface expressions. And just to be clear, a surface expression is significantly different than a seep. A surface expression is what happens when there is a mechanical well failure close to surface. And when we're in operations, we're injecting steam into the ground, and if the casing and or metal at the surface basically fails, then there's steam that escapes through the metal, basically the casing, and comes right to surface right next to the well. It's not, the seep process is completely a long distance from us, and something that is naturally occurring. And one other thing that I would say is that all of we have, our well design program, as a result of the less surface expression, if you will, we have doubled up our casings. That's a technical term, but however, we've changed the way that we drill the wells to provide double enforcement so that those surface expressions no longer happen in the future.
Okay, when was the last one?
2014, 2 years ago.
Okay, and so you're saying that you haven't had any since then because you have kind of beefed up, so to speak, all of the pieces that might blow out and cause it.
Yes, we have 2 style of wells on the original project, and the new design wells have got an extra casing string which goes down 450 feet, which provides an awful lot more strength and protection to the well. And the surface expressions that we've had, and there's been 4, have all been with the old design, not with the new design.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, my last question, at least for now, is, I realize in the steam injection, you take your produced water, your brine water, and you treat that, and then you use that. Before it's injected back into the ground then as a part of this operation, what other chemicals are added to that?
There are no additional chemicals added. It's pure water, for steaming. That's
okay,
it.
so there's nothing else that's added to that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure if this is for for you folks or for staff, but I just, I need some clarification. Again, I'm referring to the EIR 5.1.8 for Mr. Gazzoni's purposes. There is a section in here that talks about a Seep paper by Fong of 2013, and it says that 80% of the, and this is the Careaga exclusion alternative, that 80% of the wells would occur outside of the Careaga tar zone outcrop, but 20% would be inside. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So with 20%, then that would be in the purple-pink area?
That's correct. Those are the wells that would be on Pod 8.
Okay. That's the Pod 8.
Yeah, those are the ones that will be excluded under the Careaga exclusion alternative. We will not be drilling Pod 8.
Okay.
And that
well, thank you.
20% disappears.
So that 20% disappears?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, thank you for that. You know, there's a little bit of a disconnect with the Seep issue, because I think we've heard from staff that, and there is an acknowledgement that these are historical seeps that occur in this area, but that with the drilling, that the incidence of seeps increased substantially. Are you saying that there's no correlation to drilling and an increase in seeps?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Sorry, I think at this point, I've got a graphic which could help if you're
Well,
happy.
I'm just wondering, so can we just go back to what you said?
What I would say is, when we first, under our original operations, we were injecting more, I know I've tried to explain this through the supervisors, but...
I think if we pull this graphic up, we can talk about it.
Okay, but I'm asking him just to finish his sentence.
Sure.
And then we can get the graphic.
The seeps, when we were injecting more fluid than we were producing, and that was in the first phases of the production back in 2012, 2008 to 2012, we saw an increase in the number of seeps in the area associated, and we tracked down and found out and determined why. And we changed the way that we operate, which is basically we stopped injecting more fluid than we were taking out of the ground, which was basically pressuring up the reservoir. What we would argue, and what I think has been shown quite clearly, is that when we stopped that over-injection process, we found that the seeps went back to what we would consider natural background levels. And we would also argue, and why when we came to the staff and the planning commissioners, why we decided to stick with our original project was because we felt that operationally we know how to deal with it and we understand how to operate without causing those seeps. So we didn't think it was necessary to agree with the Careaga exclusion. However, it's become very obvious that there is not a comfort level with our ability to do that. And so we've decided, as a result, and why we are here today agreeing with the Careaga exclusion, is that we're removing that whole issue, we believe, from the table as it relates to this new project. It doesn't mean seeps are going to go away on that mountain, because they've been there for thousands and thousands of years. But what it is going to mean is that this new project, these new wells, are outside of that Careaga, and they're not going to be associated with these seeps. We're moving
Can we just
that.
go back to what you said? When did you institute this change in operation? What year was that?
I can show you. Yes.
That's when he was going to show graphically, and that's
Okay,
what he
now,
wanted
okay.
to do.
Believe me, this is good. It's worth waiting for. Could you pull up the backup slides, please? No. I put a file on that. There's a file called backup slides. Number 2, please. Yes. Okay. So this really encapsulates what we were talking about. So you can see that this is the existing 96 well development. All of the wells in the original phase were drilled through the Careaga sandstone and the subsequent, and the underlying oil-bearing, rock. It's hard to see here, but this is our production zone here, which is the oil-bearing diatomite. So I've put on here the years and the Seep Cans per year. And you can see, certainly, 2008, 2009, high number of Seeps, certainly can be considered to be well above the natural amount of Seeps for the area. So we introduced the fourth stage of the operation, the cyclic steaming, which is adding the pumps in 2009. So all of the wells previous to that date, we retrofitted pumps to them, and all the new wells drilled after that had pumps from the get-go. And you can see that it took some time from us from where we started to install pumps to when we actually achieved a net zero injection, which is where we are today. And you can see the marked reduction in Seeps per year since then. We believe that is the most compelling factor for the amount of Seeps. And sorry, just to go back to your previous question, Commissioner and Supervisor Wolf, there is no correlation between number of Seeps and number of wells. It's very clear that. Could you? Oh, I can do it.
Well, okay, and I remember, if you can go back, because when we had our meeting, you showed me that slide. But in the EIR, it also reflects what you're showing here. And it said that the Seeps generated in 15 and 16, and these were Seeps 95 to 99 were also generated in the southern section. Yes. So I think the point is that there are Seeps outside of the Careaga zone.
The Seeps come to surface, yes.
So that is a fact.
The Seeps come to surface outside the Careaga.
Right.
They emanate from the Careaga. That is the point. They emanate from the Careaga.
They emanate from, but then they still are still coming up to the surface. Regardless of where the actual drilling occurs, we're still seeing Seeps.
Well, all the drilling has been through the Careaga.
Okay. I'm talking about the latter years, 2015 and 2016.
No. We have not drilled these wells yet. These are the Careaga exclusion.
Okay,
all of the wells are through the Careaga.
There haven't been any wells drilled since 2012.
Okay, let me just read again from the EIR. Okay. It says, note also that Seeps generated in 2015 and 2016, so there's Seeps that are generated in those 2 years, Seeps 95 to 99 were also generated in the southern section. So is that the southern section that is still within the Careaga zone?
Yes. Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask one. Does anybody know where the original Seeps were that William Orcutt found? And
no, I'm not aware of.
It's somewhere on that top of the hill.
It's actually on the top of the hill.
You know, obviously, back in those days, they found oil by seeps at the surface. I mean, it was closology, as they used to call it, and it was based on, you know, and the Indians used it quite a bit, and that's why places like Pismo and stuff are named after oil-related names.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. We seem to have run our course here. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. So, Mr. Allen, let's fire up 2.5 minutes and get started with public comment.
Okay, we have about 41 speakers, and we're going to start with Danny Ostapuk here in Santa Maria, to be followed by Brandon Palmerville. Danny?
Hello, Mr. Chairman and the Commissioners. My name is Danny Ospek. I was born and raised in Orcutt. I've lived here my whole life. I attended Rigetti High School with plans of going off to college, but was fortunate enough to get a job in the oil fields when I was only 18 years old, fresh out of high school. I started in the oil fields as a field hand working on daily maintenance crews. I was then approached to work in the diatomite steam project. I am one of the few operators that has been here from the start of the project. I got to see the construction and the first production and worked through all those obstacles to get to where we are today. Having a great job at such a young age helped me buy my first house at the age of 20 and then my second house at the age of 25. It paid for my beautiful wedding that I had last year and helps me live the lifestyle that I have. It has been a life-changing and humbling experience to work in the oil fields. I would not be who I am today without having the opportunity at such a young age of working in the oil fields. The OREP is the expansion of the diatomite steam program. This will benefit myself as well as many others with giving us many more stable years of income to live in this community. This is a very well thought out plan to maximize the resources and the production of Orchid Hill diatomite lease. I would like to encourage you to approve this project to benefit the local economy and many job opportunities for myself and many others in the community that will be created due to this project. Local oil development means reduced dependency on foreign oil companies. Thank you for your time today.
Brandon Palmerville, to be followed by Reese Padilla.
Chairman, members of the board. Hello, my name is Brandon Palmerville. I work on Orchid Hill as the lease operator, but I'm currently training as an instrument technician. I am from the local area, and I attended Cabrillo High School in Lompoc. I started working on Orchid Hill in 2011 with one of their contractors, CD Lion. I was a heavy equipment operator and helped build the current diatomite facility. As often happens with contractor laborers, I was offered a job to come in-house with PCEC. I initially declined, thinking I had better opportunities in Bakersfield. I spent a brief period in Bakersfield, but wanted to come back home. Through a PCEC operator friend, I found out there was an opportunity at the company, and I jumped at the chance to come back from the Central Coast. I was hired by PCEC in 2014 and started work in maintenance, including working as a crane operator, then eventually trained as a field operator. As mentioned, I'm currently an instrument technician on Orchid Hill. Because of a good-paying oil-field job at PCEC, I was able to go back to school to get an education. I am very pleased to let you know I will soon be receiving a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. As you can imagine, I have accumulated a sizable student loan, which I will depend upon my job at PCEC to help pay off. In closing, I hope to have assurance of a long-time career here in the oil industry. I also hope to be able to purchase my own home here at some point. If projects are not approved, then the oil field struggles to be economically viable. If that happens, then I can assure you it will have an economic impact on me and my family. I ask that you approve the PCEC project as originally proposed in the permit application. Thank you.
Reese Padilla, to be followed by Jared Jokela.
Good morning, chairs, commissioners. My name is Reese Padilla, and I work on Orchid Hill with the Dynamite Project. I grew up here in Santa Barbara County and graduated from Rigetti High School. I've been working in the oil industry for the past 8 years. I began my oil field career working offshore and then transferred on land. After 2 years offshore, I began working in the local fields here and had the opportunity to be hired with Pacific Coast Energy since 2010. Over the past decade, I have been given the opportunity to learn and advance. I am now the Dynamite Control Room Operator. What my job involves is keeping an eye and monitoring pretty much everything as far as wells, pipelines, pressures, flows, and tank levels. That's just to mention a few. It is a demanding job, but one I'm very proud of. I would like to tell you what working in the oil industry has done for me in the past decade. I was able to purchase my first home here in Santa Barbara County in my early 20s and be the sole provider for my household and my wife while she obtained her master's degree in special education and her teaching credential from Cal Poly. I'm proud to say that she just got hired on as a special education teacher here in Santa Barbara County for the Orchid School District. Without this good paying job in the oil industry, none of this would be possible. In good, well thought out and engineered oil projects are not approved to keep our industry viable. I'm very concerned about the future of our local industry as well as my long-term job. I ask that you strongly consider when making your decision today, and ask that you approve the PCEC project as proposed. Thank you. And also, my wife wasn't able to make it today because of her job, but she'd like me to give you guys a letter. If I could get it to someone. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Jared Jokela to be followed by Roy Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Jared Jokela, and I am a lead operator for the diatomite operations on Orchid Hill for PCEC. I was born and raised here in Santa Maria. I have been working in the local oil fields for 11 years now. I started as a laborer on a temporary weed abatement crew working through a local oil field contractor. As a contracted laborer, I continued to work on the maintenance crews and then later was hired on with the company in 2007, where I advanced in operations up to lead operator. I have been with PCEC from the beginning when the diatomite operation was first being drilled and have been a part of that operation since then. In my current position, I am responsible for daily scheduling, lining up maintenance work, overseeing the day-to-day diatomite operations, as well as budgeting. The majority of the guys in the diatomite operations are 30 years or younger. Several, like myself, have been here since the beginning of the project. I am proud that I have had the opportunity to advance from an entry-level position to my current position as lead lease operator for the diatomite. This industry has given me the opportunity to have a good paying job that has allowed me to buy my first house in my early 20s, as well as support my wife and 2 kids. You have heard from other oil field workers today about their work experience and the importance of this industry to the North County and families like mine. In order to continue this work and to have a future with the opportunities that I have been able to enjoy, it is important to keep this industry vital by approving new oil field projects like this proposed diatomite project that I know very, very well and have been a part of since the very first days of the initial project. In approving this project as proposed, it will continue to help me and others like myself be able to obtain good paying jobs, provide for our families, and have the opportunity to enjoy a long time working career here in North County. Thank you.
Roy Reed to be followed by Stephen Pepe.
Could you please bring up my slide? Hi, my name is Roy Reed. I'm a lifelong resident of the North County, co-owner of 2 family ranches, as well as managing partner, both of which have had responsible oil production for decades. I brought up this slide just to give you a little larger view of the consequences that projects like this can have, both directly and indirectly. This is a map of the United States that shows oil pipelines, as well as California, which shows the oil pipelines which feed our state's 4 refineries up in Richmond, Napomo, Bakersfield, and Long Beach, Signal Hill. The thing that's obvious is there are no pipelines between California and the rest of the country. If you look at the fact that California has a virtually insatiable thirst for oil, about 1.7 million barrels per day, over 1 million barrels have to be imported. Now, you know, oil fields are dynamic things. They have an early life, they mature, and eventually decline, which necessitates the need to improve and continually find new sources of oil. Now, you're faced here today looking at a proposal from Pacific Coast Energy to increase their production, and that oil would be, as we've heard today, very safely transported to the local refinery in Napomo through a state-of-the-art, very safe pipeline. Now, if you look at our state's refineries, they're thirsty things. They have to meet the demand of the state for oil. In the event that proposals like this are refused, it only increases the demand for that outside oil. And the 2 choices of transporting it are tankers, which often bring oil from areas that may directly or indirectly support terrorism and increase the potential of transport accidents in the ocean, as well as producing a very significant impact on the air quality of Santa Barbara County by increasing ozone levels in the channel. Ozone which is disproportionately breathed by our South County residents that you all some of you represent. And the second choice is oil trains, and we've had that discussion, which is continuing. So I would like to ask that you very seriously consider Pacific Coast Energy its modified proposal and approve it as they've requested. Thank you.
Stephen Pepe, to be followed by Matthew Reagan.
Good morning, Chair Adam and Supervisors. I'm Steve Pepe, the Vice President of Econ Alliance, and we have a slide up here which lists the charitable gifts and donations from PCEC. And today you're going to hear a lot about the jobs, taxes, and environment, all of which are very important. But companies can also be good corporate citizens. They can engage in their community and be positive contributors, and they can support community causes and charities. Often we do not recognize good corporate citizens until they are gone. If you remember, Bank of America used to be headquartered in San Francisco for over a century. They moved their headquarters to North Carolina. Besides lost jobs and taxes, charities in the Bay Area were devastated by that loss. You may also recall, some of us who are that old, that Kodak used to be a household name and an icon for the 20th century. And their digital cameras and cell phones put them out of business. Rochester, New York lost tens of thousands of jobs and millions in taxes, and again, the local charities were devastated. If companies cannot be economically sustainable, they cannot be good corporate citizens. The slide, which just disappeared, shows that PCEC is a good corporate citizen. Your decision today will affect the jobs and livelihoods of many folks in this room. It will also impact the counties and Santa Maria taxes. If Pacific Coast Energy is not economically sustainable, there will not be another $100,000 to the Orcutt Junior High School and the other foundations and nonprofits on the slide. I hope you will do the right thing for jobs, for taxes, and for Orcutt Junior High School and the other nonprofits supported by PCEC. We need good corporate citizens like PCEC. Thank you for your consideration.
Matthew Reagan, be followed by Andy Caldwell.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Regan, and I'm representing the Community Action Commission of Santa Barbara County. We want you to know that CEC has recently partnered with the Pacific Coast Energy Company on a pilot project providing environmental upgrades and new energy-efficient refrigerators to low-income homes in the Santa Barbara County. With funding provided by PCEC, we were able to increase our outreach efforts in both Spanish and English to inform the community about our home energy efficiency improvement programs. Together, we provided qualified families with a number of free upgrades for their homes, which helped lower their utility bills. There was also a strong environmental component of the project, as PCEC's participation enabled the installation of energy-efficient refrigerators in 20 eligible homes. And the disposal of those refrigerators through environmentally responsible, state-of-the-art methods. We look forward to further collaborations with PCEC for the benefit of the low-income community. Thank you very much.
Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Joe Podsedic.
Chair Adam, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell, representing CoLab. I think in the 25 years that I've been serving as a business advocate, I've never seen a company do so much to mitigate impacts and concerns. I think some of the most important words that were spoken here today were the words existing disturbed areas. You know, this is where the oil industry began in this region more than 100 years ago. And as they mentioned, there's a 10,000 acre oil field, and this is going to impact 3 acres. The footprint could hardly be smaller. It's hard to imagine it being smaller. You know, the salamanders are happy. They're going to get a place. The unions are happy. They get project labor agreements. There's no water impacts. There's no air impacts. And the issue that's always important to us with regard to land use in this county is what I call truth in zoning. If an oil company cannot continue operations and create $1 billion investment in the oldest oil field in our region, the grandmother of all of the other oil wells, then where can they? this Orchid Hill, for the Planning Commission to have said that, you know, oil isn't consistent with the environment, well, that environment wouldn't be there if it wasn't consistent, because that area has been drilled for over 100 years, and the plants are still there, the salamanders are still there, and in reality, the plants and the salamanders are going to do better as a result of proactive management at a significant cost by the company. This is one of the only times I've seen an oil company win the coveted environmentally superior alternative prize in the EIR process. And you obviously have the ability to do overriding considerations in terms of the need of this project to our economy. And again, you know, the South County economy is different than North County. Our 20-year-olds that can buy houses, this is the only industry that affords them that luxury and that opportunity. And the people in this town have had schools up there, picnic grounds up there, and everything else. We love this hill and we love oil. Thank you.
Joe Podsednik, and then we're going to go to Santa Barbara for Dr. Ingeborg Cox.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Joe Podsednik, and I'm a fourth-generation oil field worker. My family's involvement in Santa Barbara oil and gas development goes all the way back to 1920. My great-grandfather was a machinist for the industry. He was able to support himself, his family. His son, when got out of the Air Force, went to work with him. He supported his two daughters. My dad got into the oil industry. He's been in for 40 years. He's been able to support 3 kids. I myself have been in the Santa Barbara County oil and gas industry for 10 years. I'm currently employed by this company, PCEC, and work on Orchid Hill. I've worked both the dynamite and the field operations up there. I support my wife, my daughter, and a new one in a couple weeks. As you can see, the expanding development of Santa Barbara County oil and gas industry has supported my family for almost 100 years. It's a long time. Because of the continued safe development of the resources here in Santa Barbara County, we have been able to enjoy our lives here in this beautiful place. I'm sure my family is not the only one that has been able to do this. 2 others and myself in this room, the continued expansion and safe development of these kinds of projects here in Santa Barbara County should be encouraged. These projects have and will continue to provide good paying jobs and benefits, not only for oil companies, but for many other businesses and the employees here in Santa Barbara County that support the oil industry. I ask that you support the project as proposed by PCEC. Thank you.
Can we go to Santa Barbara for Dr. Ingeborg Cox, to be followed by Robert Burke.
Board members, my name is Dr. Ingeborg Cox. I am a retired physician with training in occupational and environmental medicine. I represent the 3rd District in the ABCD Community Advisory Council, but today I will speak for myself. On page 4.1-9, it states under odor emissions, quote, the presence of some hydrogen sulfide could produce odors. The applicant indicates that hydrogen sulfide levels could be as high as 20,000 parts per million. At that level, we are not dealing with odor annoyance. It is 20 times the lethal level. According to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, health effects of hydrogen sulfide are irritation of eyes, nose, throat at 10 to 50 parts per million, loss of smell, the so-called olfactory fatigue at 100 parts per million. It is lethal within 1 to 2 minutes at 1,000 parts per million. The Santa Maria Monitoring Station needs to monitor for hydrogen sulfide because of these high levels. Also, you do not have recent data on the status of the Santa Maria Basin. It was balanced in 2012, but because of the drought, current data is needed, in my opinion. Page 4.5-6. Are they installing 10,400 or 104,000 linear feet of new above-the-ground pipelines? This needs to be made clear, please. A leak could degrade surface and groundwater, making it a Class 1 impact. Please deny the project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Burke in Santa Barbara. Then we're going to come back to Santa Maria for Cody Miller.
Mr. Chair, members, there once was an oil baron who never had enough. He forged his way through life, taking and grabbing, and often was heard to say, "That's tough." One day the line broke and the oil began to spew. "Open more wells," he said, thinking that everyone else was askew. Now he had oil up over his head. "How to get it to marker," he said with dread. "Use the railroads, cars 1 mile long," he thought. "Give the oil a cheap ride. Tin cans on wheels shall save our hide." Alas and alack, it happened somewhere there, and it happened here. Tin cans fell off the rails with fire and destruction both far and near. The evidence was clear as clear could be. The charge was with malice aforethought and conspiracy. The trial was long and complicated, thanks to many lawyers afoot, but the jury was resolute. Guilty. Guilty of murder and reckless disregard for public safety and human life. And that brought some satisfaction for all the travail and strife. To jail went the Baron of Oil, but I wear a suit and a white collar. Our crimes are supposed to be paid by money, which we gleefully argue about for years. And as he sat in his jail cell 6 by 8, no one visited, no one shed tears. This is a tale of woe begone, brought forth to change our attitude towards crimes gone wrong by those who think they are immune from public assail. Let us take them from their boardrooms and put them in jail. Thank you.
Cody Miller, Santa Maria, to be followed by Sam Mudge.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. My name is Cody Miller. I work up at Orchid Hill as an operator for the PCEC diatomite operations. I was born and raised in Arroyo Grande. I attended Arroyo Grande High School. I'm a second-generation oil field worker. I started my career 10 years ago as a contractor on Platform Irene. Yeah, I did. I work as in the maintenance area, basically making sure the mechanic end of operations ran smoothly, as well as troubleshooting issues. Can't have that. I worked offshore for 5 years before coming onshore with PCEC in 2011. I initially worked on the conventional end, or field side of operations, which are the pump jacks you see, and whose production goes back to the first days of Orchid Hill's operation. I then moved over to the cyclic steaming diatomite operations side, which is where I am today. I am currently a facility operator for the diatomite operations. This is a high-skilled job dealing with the latest and newest technology in the oil field industry. Sorry. As a second-generation oil field worker in North County, I've seen firsthand the tremendous benefits and opportunities working in this industry. I am fortunate to have a good-paying job with very good benefits, which has provided me with the ability to be the sole provider for my family, both when my wife was attending Paul Mitchell School in Santa Barbara, and currently she is a stay-at-home mom taking care of our 2 sons, Caden, who's 13, and Aries, who is 10 months old. I also just purchased my first home 2 months ago here in Orchid, just minutes from Orchid Hill. Without this job working for PCEC, I know I would not have these opportunities I have that have been given to me these last few years. I feel this proposed cyclic steaming project was designed to meet the high standards of California and Santa Barbara County, and I know from working it day to day that it is a well-designed and engineered project. I also know the care and oversight that goes into local production and that we meet the highest state and local standards every day. I ask that you approve this project as proposed by PCEC.
Sam Mudge, to be followed by Renee O'Neill.
Kind of hard to follow up after a baby that cute. I'll do my best. Chair, board, supervisors, everybody, thank you so much for the opportunity to stand and talk in front of you. I support this project. I've been in the oil industry over 10 years in this area. Myself, like so many other testimonies, I've been blessed to buy a house, to keep my money local. When I started Orchid Hill, there wasn't really much going on. And then with the approvals of so many projects, we've seen the Hill grow and expand. A lot more jobs, a lot more employment, not just with the company PCEC, but also contractors like myself, which allows us to employ more people and get more people spending money locally. With this project, this will help grow and provide and sustain more jobs and businesses here locally. Help people buy more homes and start up new families and get to see cute little babies. As you guys heard, PCEC, they do the studies, they do development, they re-engineer things as problems arise. We do our best, like anybody else, to be proactive. But unfortunately, it's hard to maintain that. But hey, it's not my way. Let's re-engineer it. Let's be smart about it and prevent it. As you look at all the workers here, our number one goal every day is to provide safety to ourselves, our fellow employees, and to the environment. And that is taught down from the company themselves. Everyone sits in safety meetings every month, every day. And that's the things they instill on all of us. Protect yourself, protect the environment. Report everything. I stand here and support PCEC's project here. It's a great written project. Thank you for your time.
Renee O'Neill, to be followed by Tony Skinner.
Good morning, Chair Adam, honorable supervisors. I am gravely concerned about the final decision you're making on regard to PCEC's appeal to drill up to 144, and I heard 192. I'm very confused, actually, about the number of wells that are actually being proposed in the Orchid Hills. This oil project was already rejected by the Planning Commission because of its risks. And so, before making a decision, I'd like you to bear the following in mind. Your mission statement: provide quality public services to the people of Santa Barbara County in response to their need for a healthy, safe, and prosperous environment, and to establish and maintain a workforce which reflects a diversity in our community. The oil industry is pushing hard into our communities, and the effects can be devastating. Drilling requires a tremendous amount of water. In fact, I have a question. I don't know if it goes into my time, but how many gallons of water are actually used to drill a well? I didn't hear any information on that this morning, but maybe I could get an answer to that. California residents are required to restrict their water and conserve, but the oil companies are given a green light to use whatever they want. We have a severe drought going on. In my opinion, this is not healthy, safe, or prosperous for Santa Barbara County. Our government is supposed to do what the people want, do what the people need, and above all, protect the people they represent. I'm very concerned when I hear people like the doctor in Santa Barbara who says there's a possibility of, 20,000 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide. The agencies here that say, no, we don't have anything that monitors the pollution levels, and our guys that are working for these companies, they're seriously at risk. The oil industry has resources to take a lead on creating and producing extra green energy for the state. I think they can train, employ, and create a tremendously huge number of jobs for the guys that already work for the oil
All
companies.
right, thank you. Your time's up.
Okay. I didn't get an answer to my question.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Tony Skinner, and then we're going to go with Chuck Huddleston.
Good morning. My name's Tony Skinner, and I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-County Building and Construction Trades Council. I represent thousands of men and women working in the construction industry in Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties, and I'm here today in support of the project. This project will be covered by a project labor agreement between the building trades and Pacific Coast Energy Company, which ensures that it will be built by the most highly trained workforce in the industry. The economic impact on the trades would be very significant. The money will be spent here, not taken to Bakersfield or other places as it has in the past. It will also allow our traveling brothers and sisters to come home to their families. and not have to keep working away from home like they have since the crash of '08. Project like this will also allow us to expand our apprenticeship opportunities for men and women in the area, as well as veterans through our Helmets to Hard Hats program. The construction industry is still lagging in Santa Barbara County. A look at labor statistics show that in 2007, in the construction industry, you had a high of 10,500 jobs. And by the end of 2015, it had dropped to 7,900, a loss of 2,600 jobs. Generally, when the economy is on an upswing, so is construction. That's not the case on the Central Coast. We are working on a similar PLA with the California Resources Corporation in Ventura County, and so far it's gone great. And I ask for your support for the project, and I thank you for your time.
Chuck Huddleston, to be followed by Mike Lopez.
Good morning, Chairman Adams. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Chuck Huddleston. I'm Business Manager for the Electrical Workers Union, IBW Local 413. And next year, we'll be here 100 years in 2017. So been around a lot of the time that the oil fields have been here. I've been before you many times, and I'm usually here talking about jobs. And this time we're talking about established good paying jobs with good benefits. If you approve this, I think this would add probably a couple of apprentices to our apprenticeship program, so we could train a couple more apprentices and move forward with that. My history is when I moved to the Central Coast from the Valley, I lost my job because of the economy. There was a slowdown, and I was washing dishes at French Hospital in San Luis Obispo and had public assistance. And I was fortunate enough to get a job here in the Santa Maria oil fields, double my pay. I was making minimum wage washing dishes. I took that job over another job because it included a meal. I could have had a job pumping gas, but it didn't include a meal. And that saved me the money because I wouldn't have to buy that meal each day. So I doubled my pay, just about double my pay, working in the Santa Maria oil fields. This bed of Arabia here, those that know, I know Mr. Adams probably knows, this is construction row. When I came here in the mornings, 6 to 7 a.m., A-frame after A-frame truck went out here into the oil fields, and a lot of people made their living. It afforded me to buy a home and then actually save enough money to get into the apprenticeship program, become an electrician, and now the business manager. Good paying jobs, that's what we're talking about. The company's gone way out of its way to mitigate all the environmental issues. I know not 100% of them are mitigated, but they've done everything they can. And I agree with Mr. Caldwell. If you're not going to do this now, when are you going to ever approve a project? We've been working with the environmental community trying to find projects that could be approved that would mitigate all these things. I just think that, for me, it's a no-brainer, and it needs to be done. The imbalance in oil imports in California, Santa Barbara County should do its part, too. Oil that's coming into California, we should be developing some of the oil and producing some of the oil so we don't have to import. Let's do our part. Don't do it in our backyard. I ask that you approve this project. Here's a chance for all 5 supervisors to agree on something good for the community. Thank you.
Mike Lopez, to be followed by Martin Rodriguez.
Chair Adams, supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm reviewing a couple of the items here. We've mitigated the greenhouse gases. We're utilizing the getting off the Careaga. The Yerba Santa population is in fact tripled. Less than 3% of Orchid Hill. It's already a state-sanctioned oil ground. This is sounding like the perfect job opportunity to expand our footprint in the oil industry. 30 years ago, locals, union established work, built this area out here. Now we don't exist. The fact that even PCEC's even reached out to organize labor is showing that there, and I think somebody spoke before me, talked about the positive variables that these corporations bring to our community. It's more than just the salamander and all these other issues. It's how they set themselves up in our community. And I think that these guys are doing lion's share work to do that. They've established a labor agreement with the building trades, no chemicals in the water. The only issue that I was shocked to learn about was the Seeps issue, which was a learning issue for me. And I understood this to be a huge problem. But when I look at the pictures that you showed on the wall, I saw an issue and a perfect solution. Frankly, the solution is better looking than Supervisor Lavanino's car that he drove here on today. It's a cleaner, effective, more aesthetically appealing, but it's a solution. There's a geological issue that's going down here. We're running down the hill. I get it. And there's a potential solution to taking care of it with the Seep Cans. We've got this handled. I really want to thank the supervisors, because in talking to many of them out of this environment, what I see is a desire to really do a good job and to really have an open mind and look at all the facts that are out there. I happen to be occupied chair with the Air Pollution Control and the CAC, the Citizens Action Committee, Advisory Committee, and I'm going to tell you, this county busts a hump to make sure that everything we do here is done to the utmost cleanliness, with attention to detail with the environment and every other concerns that are going on. I think that we would be smart to back something that's happening locally, put our people to work, stop bringing an imported area to unfriendly nations. If we can't do it here and we do it correctly and model how to do it correctly, I think we can bring a lot more work into this area. Thanks for your time and appreciate your efforts.
Martin Rodriguez, followed by Brian Gregory.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Good morning. I don't know what time it is yet, but regardless, I'm here today as business agent, Ironworkers Local 433, and president of the Tri-County Building and Construction Trades Council. That being said, I'm not here only as a voice for the construction industry, but also for Pacific Coast Energy, with whom we have partnered, and an advocate for responsible operators in the oil and gas industry. We feel that this is an opportunity for the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors to approve an environmentally sound project with substantial economic benefits for the community as well. There's also an opportunity for Santa Barbara County Supervisors, along with Pacific Coast Energy Company, to set the gold standard on how both large and small operators in the gas production industry will model their facilities using the SB 54 legislation as a guideline. PCEC is one of the most innovative gas and oil producers in Santa Barbara County. Their state-of-the-art facility is second to none. Innovations, their equipment and process are the safest and most efficient in the industry, as well as proprietary to their operations. I have seen firsthand the pride they take in their facilities and the environment and the habitat over which they hold stewardship. The Orcutt Hill property is pristine and is basically untouched in their operations. The new facilities that are proposed will only encompass less than 5% of their 10,000-acre lease. You know, our detractors would say the only people here to support this project are those who have a fiscal interest. In reality, every single person in this room, including the supervisors and staff, have a fiscal stake in this project. We all benefit from strong economic drivers such as Pacific Coast Energy Company. Our schools, roads, police, fire departments are all funded through this tax base. From 2015 through 2013 and beyond, PCE has spent on average of $45 million a year on goods and services to support their operations. PCEC is one of the largest taxpayers in Santa Barbara County and has been the ultimate corporate partner for the community. The closing of Diablo Canyon only emphasizes how important it is to keep our petroleum industry healthy and reward our responsible operators such as PCEC. We cannot afford to lose the good-paying jobs that it provides. The North Counties especially, with the power plant's closure and loss of all it provides. With over 3,300 megawatts of solar plates.
Thank you. You're out of time.
All right. Being built. We need this. We're not ready to give up fossil fuel yet. Can't do it.
Brian Gregory, and then Bob Jennings.
Good morning, Chair Adam, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Gregory. I'm a business representative with IBEW Local 413. We train and represent electrical workers here in Santa Barbara County. The push to reduce the use of fossil fuels is the right thing to do. It's a great thing for our environment, and it has led to many good jobs to our industry. Title 24 has led to the installation of advanced lighting controls and building automation systems. Not only save energy, but save money with very short returns on investment. The switch to LED lighting is happening just as fast as we can do it. Utility incentives have led to the replacement of old, inefficient electric motors with a new generation of high-efficiency motors and variable frequency drives that save energy and thereby reduce the crazy high utility bills that, for example, agriculture has to pay to pump irrigation water. Solar installations have exploded at all levels, and in a very short time have become a cost-effective source of energy without subsidies. Energy storage systems for the consumer and the utility are coming now, and they're going to be huge. Electric cars are not a fad. In fact, they're really, really cool, and I really, really want one. So what's my point? Where am I going with all this? You cannot support California's ambitious goal of 50% renewable energy by 2030 without recognizing that the other 50% has to be fossil fuels. These are also really good jobs. And to simply say no to oil or gas projects because it's oil or gas is sticking your head in the sand. This project with the exclusion alternative is a good one for our county. So for local jobs, local businesses, tax revenue, and even national security, as somebody pointed out, let's manage our county's natural resources to our benefit. And we urge you to allow this project to move forward. Thank you.
Bob Jennings, and then we'll hear from Sherry Bruner.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for your time. Before I proceed with my statement, I've got a letter here from Robbie Hunter. He's the president of the State Building and Construction Trades Council in support of the project. So I've got 8 copies to be distributed to those who require them. Let's see. Good morning. My name's Bob Jennings, and I'm here as a representative from the California State Building Trades Council in Sacramento. We represent over 400,000 tradespeople in California and thousands right here in the Central Coast. We appear before you today in support of the Orcutt Hill Energy Expansion Project. We support this project for many reasons, the first being jobs. There are not many industries these days in California that provide a path to the middle class for kids who are not college bound. And California has had many industries leave the state. We no longer make cars, manufacture aircrafts, steel. Millions of blue-collar jobs that paid good wages have disappeared. The building trades are one of the few good opportunities for blue-collar workers, and working in partnership with energy companies like Pacific Coast Energy, we provide local kids an opportunity to learn a trade and earn a job with good pay and real benefits that last a lifetime. The oil and gas industry may not be a political favorite in parts of this country, but it provides thousands of good paying jobs in the Central Coast and hundreds of thousands of jobs in California. These are jobs held by hard-working men and women, some of whom are in this room today. California's oil and gas industry is also a natural resource that, if responsibly developed in projects like this expansion, will make us less reliant on foreign sources of oil and gas. At this time in history, when there are still young people deployed in the Middle East, it is obvious as to why we should be working together to reduce our dependence on foreign oil. The trades are on the front line of bringing renewable sources of energy to California. We have fought alongside Governor Brown as he has battled for aggressive renewable standards, and our members have built the large solar fields and wind farms throughout the state. We hope to build more of these, but at the same time, we are keenly aware of the fact that we will be dependent on fossil fuels for decades to come.
All right.
We should develop these.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you for your time and ask you for your consideration in supporting this project.
Thank you.
Sherry Bruner, to be followed by David Latimer. Is Sherry here? She's not here. Okay, then we're going to go with David Latimer to be followed by Joshua Medrano.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is David Latimer. I'm employed by Teamsters Local 986 here in Santa Maria as a business agent, and I've been asked to read a letter to you today written by Lynn Swenson. Lynn is the area coordinator for Teamsters Local 986. I'd like to add that Teamsters Joint Council 42 has approved this letter and supports it and the facts stated in the letter. Dear Supervisors, I am writing to you in support of the above referenced matter on behalf of the members of Teamsters Local 986. Local 986 is the largest Teamster local in the western United States, with many members in Santa Barbara County, including our local office in Santa Maria. Our local is very diverse, but includes members in construction who will get work if this project is approved. However, as a resident of our community, my support extends beyond the issues of jobs. The Central Coast depends on oil and gas industry for a lot of revenue, both direct and indirect. At a time when oil prices are down and expansion is rare, I think it is important to remember how vital the industry is to our region's economy. Pacific Coast Energy has brought forward a well-thought-out and responsible expansion of their current operations. Please consider joining us in support. Sincerely, Lynn Swinson.
Joshua Medrano, to be followed by Glenn Morris.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Joshua Medrano. I am a project manager for Taft Electric in Ventura. I am in charge of the oil and gas division. I am also a fifth-year instructor with the Ventura County Apprenticeship Program for hazardous and classified locations, so I know firsthand what we're exactly looking at. I've been working in the industry for the last 15 years, 6 of which in oil and gas for CRC, Oxy, and Vintage, and I've seen firsthand what the project labor agreement has done for them. And for Pacific Coastal Energies to be doing that as well assures me that they are looking at trained, qualified personnel to do this project. And what I mean by that is there are continuous safety regulations that are involved in implementing this construction. One of them that was brought up was hydrogen sulfide. To give you a little perspective on the training, as far as electricians, we have over 8,000 man-hours of apprenticeship training, as well as close to 100 hours per year on safety generalized for this industry. So with the partnership that Pacific Coast Energies has built with the project labor agreement and with labor, they are assuring that safety and the environmental impact is at the forefront of this project. So I ask you to please consider this project and move forward. Thank you.
Glenn Morris. Is Glenn here? Then we're going to go with Ed Hazard. And then following Ed is Jane Baxter.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ed Hazard. My family and I are Santa Barbara County oil and gas mineral royalty owners, and I'm president of the California chapter of the National Association of Royalty Owners, representing the estimated 600,000 private citizen oil and gas royalty owners in California. My family has been in the oil business in Santa Maria Valley since 1900, when my great-grandfather moved here in 1876 and settled in the Solomon Hills, which is now Orchid Hill. And in 1900, when oil became something, he remembered all the oil seeps up there, and he went up and staked out mining claims. And in 1901, he started the Pinal Oil Company. In 1902, drilled the first well. And in 1903, drilled Pinal's well numbers 2 and 3, number 3 being the first gusher. Those 2 wells are still in production today, 113 years later, and they're operated by PCEC. I have followed this industry here locally for years, and I'd like to make a few points about Pacific Coast Energy's proposed 96 cyclically steamed well project, which I am in full support of. The reason this proposal is possible is that the engineers and technical staff at PCEC have continually refined and enhanced their operations over the years. Thanks to continuous improvements, PCEC's steam injection process is now more than twice as efficient as it was when they started operating. That means they require only half the steam to produce the same amount of oil as they did when the initial well project started back in 2006. As a result, the company can operate these 96 additional wells using the same steam capacity to generators that they already have. The project has a minimal footprint, and it's absolutely magnificent that they're using it on, or that they're proposing this on existing disturbed property. I've come to know the management of PCEC very well. I find them extremely responsible and innovative. This is oil country, people. This is where the oil is. It has been produced on Orchid Hill for over 100 years. If California wants oil that is produced in the most environmentally sound manner on the planet, this is where it needs to be produced. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Baxter, to be followed by Janet Blevins.
I'm Jane Baxter, and I'm author of 16 pages of comments submitted by the Santa Barbara County Action Network. I encourage you to endorse the staff recommendation and reject this flawed project. I'm concerned about the many issues we raised in that 16-page document and the other issues raised by the environmental community, but today I'd like to discuss an issue the EIR and the planning process overlooked. This one issue is the risk of project-related earthquake activity from the significant increase in the wastewater injection at the project site. Over 95% of what comes up the well is toxic wastewater from deep geological layers. Some will be used in steam generation as noted, but the remaining millions of barrels per year of wastewater will be re-injected deep at the site. Because of the dramatic recent increase in earthquake rates in oil development areas such as Oklahoma, Colorado, Arkansas, and Texas, the U.S. Geological Survey has recently established a new category of earthquakes, those that are man-made. The process of wastewater injection has been scientifically identified as the major cause of these quakes. Hundreds of peer-reviewed papers have been published in respected journals on this topic, but neither this topic nor this body of research was addressed in the EIR. Over the last 2 decades, our North County longstanding average of earthquakes has been 2 per year. However, in 2013, it jumped to 69, a significant increase. This anomaly was raised during the public comment period on the EIR and dismissed by county staff as irrelevant, since they erroneously concluded that the 2013 quakes were mainly offshore. Well, simple math showed that only 9 of the 68 quakes could possibly have been offshore. There were 22 quakes in 2015 and 20 so far this year, with the recent one that most of you felt at 3.4. The public deserves a scientific, unbiased review of the possible causes of this dramatic increase in North County earthquakes. The San Joaquin Valley has already experienced well blowout or well failure from casing severed by earthquake activity. Whatever the cause of the increased earthquakes in North County, quakes can impact this project by causing blowout. You decision makers need to know
Sorry,
how...
but your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Janet Blevins, to be followed by Tess Blake.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Adam and supervisors. I'd like to just start by saying thank you so much to the staff and everybody who has worked many, many hours on this project. I think that there's no denying that PCEC is an extremely responsible, well-respected company. They donate hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years to good causes. It brings to mind the old saying, wouldn't it be nice if the Air Force had to resort to bake sales to make money instead of always being the PTA or education. I, too, am really worried about effects from Mother Nature. Chair Adam, I reviewed some of the comments that you made last December at the Board of Supervisors meeting that was all about water. and the water emergencies that we are all facing, and how it's necessary that we all work together to start figuring out how we're going to share the little bit of water that we have left. And when the subject of the twin tunnels came up, you, Mr. Adam, said that you didn't believe that human engineering could necessarily withstand what Mother Nature has in store for it, and worried that an earthquake might disrupt the flow of water if we depended on twin tunnels.
Yeah, I don't recall having said that. but-
December 15th. Anyway, earthquakes are increasing in this area. There was a 3.8 in Los Alamos, or 3.4 last week. And I think that they can be tied to increased injection activity, and also just the climate change that we're experiencing here in Santa Barbara County. The mitigation that we do is not going to be enough to mitigate for the extreme climate events that are happening all over and will eventually get to us too here. Thank you.
Tess Blake, to be followed by Cindy McKellar.
Good morning. Chair Adam and honorable supervisors, my name is Tess Blake. I live in Orcutt, and I volunteer for Seep Cans and Safe Energy Now North County. I'm here this morning, or this afternoon by now, to urge you to deny Pacific Coast Energy's appeal and to support the Planning Commissioner's decision to protect our county from further damage from Pacific Coast Energy's oil seeps and spills. The Planning Commission carefully considered this project and rejected it because of the significant impacts to air quality, endangered and sensitive species, critical habitat, and water quality. Listening to all the people in the room this morning, I want to tell them no jobs will be lost with the denial of this project. It may create short-term construction jobs, but no full-time jobs. If jobs are the issue here this morning, how many jobs are we talking about so the board can consider this information? This project does not provide any benefits that will outweigh the potential environmental harm from allowing Pacific Coast Energy to double its cyclic steam drilling on Orchid Hill. Please deny their appeal. Thank you for your time.
Cindy McKellar, to be followed by Alicia Russler.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Cindy McKellar. I'm the co-CEO of Your People Professionals, located here in Santa Maria. Your People Professionals, or YPP, is a local human resource consulting company that has been in existence in Santa Maria since 1984. My co-CEO, Sandra Dickerson, and I, we worked for the company, and then we both started in 1987 and purchased the company in 1997. We offer a full roster of human resource services for businesses throughout California. As you've heard in earlier testimony, Pacific Coast Energy Company relocated its headquarters to Orcutt on July 1st of this year. With that relocation, HR and accounting jobs from both Houston and Los Angeles were relocated here to Orchid Hill. I don't think it's a surprise that the list of responsibilities of a California employer is long, complex, and steadily growing. PCEC has engaged my company, YPP, to assist with its HR management. That includes everything from payroll, workforce policies, regulatory compliance, benefits plan administration, and workers' comp administration. We worked with PCEC for over the last 6 months which included the transition time, and we're thrilled to be their local human resource company. Anytime a local company can pick up an account of this size, it helps sustain the business. In the case of PCEC, the additional revenue to YPP helps us sustain and continue expanding our business, resulting in the opportunity to add more employees. I mentioned all of this because I know that today's discussion on the project also is focused on the economic impact. With the approval of the project, as well as the relocation of the company headquarters to Orcutt, it will have a positive economic impact and already has to the local community. I can tell you without a doubt that it is definitely positive economic impact to our local community, as it has impacted my company and the employees that moved here to work out of the Orchid Hill facility. Thank you.
Alicia Russler, be followed by Brian Troutwine.
Good morning, Chair and honorable supervisors. I'm Alicia Rossler, staff attorney with the Environmental Defense Center. EDC is testifying today on behalf of our clients Sierra Club and SB Can. We urge the board to deny PC's appeal, to deny the project, and to support the Planning Commission, the numerous local community groups, and the 90 citizens not employed by PC who submitted letters in opposition to this project and opposed PC's history of oil pollution at this site. In 2006, PCE pushed for approval of their first 96 wells with very limited environmental review. Also wanted to back up for a second here. There's been some discussion of PCE's charitable contributions. It should be known that in 1 year alone, PCE sent a significant amount on campaign lobbying than it has in the last 5 years in our local charities. Now to return back to 2006, PCE pushed for approval of their first 96 wells with very limited environmental review. Now, after 99 oil seeps, 4 oil leaks from well failures, destruction of 360 endangered plants, and 6 acres of sensitive habitat, and broken agreements to mitigate, here we are again, confronted now with a proposal to double the drilling. Except this time, the Planning Commission reviewed the evidence and the extensive environmental review and was not fooled, denied the project. PCE's project was denied based on substantial evidence in the record, and their appeal has no merit. This is why PC is now trying to pivot and push through the Careaga alternative. However, the alternative, same as the CTS alternative, concludes from the EIR and the staff report that the same kind of Class 1 impacts to bioresources, hydrology, and water quality as the project. As Brian Troutwine will address, PC's last-minute changes do not reduce or mitigate impacts to a level below Class 1. The only difference between the project denied by the Planning Commission and the Careaga exclusion alternative is it doesn't permit drilling on Pod 8 over the Careaga zone. Drilling on Pods 9 through 15 and all the other project components and impacts will remain unchanged, which includes 10,000 feet construction of pipelines, oil surface expressions, habitat removal from expansion of existing pods, and future oil seeps. PCE cannot claim that drilling outside the Careaga zone will not result in more oil seeps because they simply have not done it. All of their cyclic steam drilling on site has been done on wells only in the Careaga zone.
Oh.
Is this
Sorry.
time right?
Yeah, that's right. You're up.
Okay. I'll turn it over to Brian.
Thank you.
Brian Troutwine, and then we're going to go back to Santa Barbara for Linda Kropp.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Brian Troutwine with the EDC. This site is biologically rich. The Bishop Pine Forest and Burton Mesa Chaparral are among the rarest habitats in the world. The entire site is habitat for the secretive California tiger salamander, and the Lompoc yerba santa is one of the rarest plants in the county. This project site, in fact, may be amongst the most important area in the world for the Lompoc yerba santa. PCEC's 2 yerba santa surveys cover different acreages. The 2016 survey was over a larger area. These surveys compare apples to oranges, and no conclusion can be reached. Regardless, yerba santa is endangered, and it's protected from unlawful removal. Yet PCEC has proven that its operations remove yerba santa. 360 plants were removed by PCEC in the last 10 years. PCEC promises to mitigate this, but was required to mitigate this starting in 2006 and hasn't. Moreover, they failed to notify Fish and Wildlife that they removed endangered plants. Fish and Wildlife finds that this population is critical and could be lost if the project is approved. And there's never been successful restoration of Lompoc yerba santa in the wild. Mitigation is experimental and it's uncertain. And this impact is still a Class 1 impact under any of the alternatives, including the Careaga and CTS exclusion alternatives. PCE's proposed new mitigation for tiger salamander does not mitigate impacts of tiger salamanders to less than significant. It merely commits to not destroying one area in exchange for destroying another area of habitat. That's a net loss. The whole site is habitat for the tiger salamanders. All 99 seeps and all future seeps will be in tiger salamander habitat. PCEC says there's a net benefit to tiger salamanders. However, the project results in a net loss of their habitat because habitat's removed, but no new habitat is created to replace it. And what they're protecting is already protected under the Endangered Species Act. It's not adequate mitigation. This is a Class 1 impact for the project as well as the Careaga exclusion alternative and any alternative, including the CTS exclusion alternative. It's a Class 1 impact under any of those. Water resources, Class 1 impact to water. This is the worst drought in recorded history, and we've got oil spills and seeps that could flow down Orcutt and San Antonio creeks, water that are used by people and farms. Moreover, this project uses 1.8 million gallons of fresh water during our worst drought in history. This information should give the board very strong backing for its findings for denial. And these Class 1 impacts to water resources and habitats remain under all the alternatives, Careaga exclusion and CTS. You can't get out of the Class 1 impact. Thank you.
We go to Santa Barbara for Linda Kropp, and then back to Santa Maria for John Hockland. John, I'm not going to be able to do it. Yeah, there we go.
It's got to be Hookleitner.
Thank you. I will sum up with 2 reasons why the project must be denied pursuant to county policy and state law. First, state law prohibits the county from approving a project that is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. As noted in the Planning Commission's findings for denial, the proposed project is inconsistent with the county's land use element, hillside, and watershed policy number 2, which provides that natural features, landforms, and native vegetation, such as trees, shall be preserved to the maximum extent feasible. As noted in our comment letters, the project is also inconsistent with Hillside and Watershed Policy 7 because seeps and spills would impact the water quality of nearby streams and wetlands, as explained in the EIR. These impacts remain under the Careaga alternative, as well as the recent proposed changes. In addition, the project is inconsistent with several policies and recommendations set forth in the county's conservation element, as well as the Land Use Development Code, and must be denied. The second reason the project must be denied is because the unmitigated impacts are not outweighed by project benefits. As you've been informed, the project, even as modified, would result in many significant impacts that are simply unavoidable. To approve the project, the board must find that the benefits outweigh these impacts. However, such findings cannot be made. As noted by the Planning Commission and the EIR, the jobs that would be generated would be of limited benefit and would be temporary, approximately 50 weeks long. Second, the tax revenue is unknown. There is no evidence to support a finding of increased revenue to the county. The county's own assessor has said it is not feasible to make this determination, and again, it is not possible to differentiate between new revenue and revenue that replaces existing taxes. Even taking PCEC's numbers would only amount to less than a fraction of 1% of Santa Barbara County's total property tax revenue. Finally, the amount of production is insignificant and would contribute less than 1% of the state's oil supply. As such, the potential benefits do not outweigh the significant adverse impacts. 10 years ago, PCEC told the county that there would be no impacts from its steam injection project, and look what happened. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Please uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this project. Thank you.
Back to Santa Maria, John Hochlander, followed by Vicki Connor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Adams and Board. I appreciate you folks letting me talk. I'm a lifelong resident of the area. Grew up right over here on a family dairy where Orchard Supply was many, many years ago. Been in the oil industry since I was 18 years old back in 1973. Followed the American dream, worked hard, Now I have Pacific Petroleum. We have a lot of well-qualified employees with the training that we have, and which we pass on to all of our customers. Started working up at Orchid Hill probably when I was 18, first driving a vacuum truck. I have approximately 20 employees that work up there every day on a year-round basis, around the clock, plus other employees that come in support of them. This is probably one of the finest operations you'll ever see. I've seen the industry change since I started, and now it's just safer than you can't believe. I always tell my employees at our monthly safety meetings, I see it so safe. When I first started, you'd see people missing fingers, you know, a couple guys wore patches. I mean, the industry has just inherently got safer, and with all the regulations, you know, everybody's worried about the environment. With you folks helping us, you know, we all do take care of the environment. Everybody's worried about oil. They should probably be worried about where the oil's coming in from overseas, where they don't have any regulations, and where the greenhouse gases are all. We have approximately 255 employees, all depend on operations like this to keep us employed. You know, I know the taxes I employ. My employees pay their taxes. They're able now at a young age to get houses like other people said. I just urge your support in favor of PCEC on this operation. Thanks for your time.
Vicki Connor, to be followed by Martha Haight.
Thank you, Chairman Adam and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here today representing Econ Alliance and would like to talk about some of the positive impacts of the project. Some of us with head of household jobs, I think, sometimes forget that family wage jobs in northern Santa Barbara County are few and far between. According to Alan Hancock's AB 86 information, 23% of northern Santa Barbara County residents fall below the poverty line, meaning they make less than $25,000 a year, or in that range. Yet in 2015, the United Ways of California, in their report Struggling to Get By, showed that the real cost of living, or the real cost measure as they called it, of living in Santa Barbara County for a family of 2 adults and 2 children is slightly over $56,000. So there's a big difference between the salaries of those 23% of folks and the cost of living. I'd like you to think about this, if you could, the $56,000 in terms of the salaries of most of Santa Barbara County jobs, and then think about it in terms of the families and how different their lives would be if they made the $75,000 approximate salary that oil industry jobs provide, or the $100,000 plus annual salaries or wages that the PCEC jobs provide. The vendors and contractors that service these companies also do well and create a huge benefit for the county in terms of their salary and recirculating income in the communities. There's a net benefit, as we understand, to the tiger salamander, to the yerba santa, to the air quality, and certainly to the communities of northern Santa Barbara County. But I'd also like to point out that some of the impacts of not allowing companies like PCEC to grow has an impact on not only potential new jobs that we've been talking about, but also the existing jobs. Businesses often must grow to survive. So please consider the impact of the current jobs as well as the potential jobs in considering this project. Thank you very much.
Martha Haight, be followed by Nick Weathers.
Good afternoon, Chairman Adam and Supervisors. I'm Martha Haight, and I reside in Orchid. Orchid Hills Enhancement Project. I have an issue with the word enhancement and how it's used here. The dictionary word for enhance is to raise to a higher degree. Synonyms of the word: intensify, magnify, and heightened. The antonym, or opposite words: damage, harm, hurt, impair, diminish, lessen, lower, reduce. As far as the word enhancement, how it's used for Pacific Coast Energy Company, enhance. All I see is an enhancement to the financial bottom line versus enhance, negatively, the antonym, it's the potential for negative environmental consequence if this goes through. So, supervisors, I appeal to you to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Nick Weathers. Following Nick Weathers is Scott Fina.
Members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Weathers. I'm the Western Regional Representative for Helmets to Hard Hats. I'm also a combat veteran. I did 5.5 years with the 82nd Airborne Division as an infantryman, including 2 tours to Iraq. I was released from active duty in 2011, and I spent a few years of my life trying to find a career, not a job, trying to fight unemployment, trying to make something for myself. So it's because of that I came here today to support this project. I can speak firsthand about how these opportunities in the building trades can turn veterans' lives around, and this is a great opportunity for it. Agreements like the one being discussed today have specific language detailed in it, which encourages contractors and developers to utilize Helmets to Hard Hats database for their apprenticeship needs. So in closing, if this project were to be passed, I would look forward to the opportunity to work with the County of Santa Barbara, the building trades, and your local veterans to make all of our goals happen. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Scott Fina. Scott here. And then we're going to go with Katie Davis, who's our final speaker. Katie?
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Katie Davis, speaking for the Los Padres chapter of the Sierra Club, which covers all of Santa Barbara and Ventura counties, and our thousands of dues-paying members, including around 500 people here in North County. Pacific Coast Energy's claim that the impacts of the project are hypothetical, remote, and unfounded is demonstrably untrue. There is abundant evidence in the record that steaming has caused uncontrollable oil seeps, steam-induced heaving, explosive well casing failures, and ground surface cracks, which according to the geotechnical report occurred after the cyclic steaming began. In April 2015, DOGR, the state regulatory agency, shut down steaming at 2 of the 5 pods where it was being done due to eruptive well failures and potential for landslides. This is the polar opposite of hypothetical and remote. It is documented on-site and egregious. The Planning Commission considered the Careaga tar zone exclusion option, and it's not just that some of the seeps have occurred outside the zone as well as in it. 20 of the seeps occurred outside that zone, a substantial percentage. The EAR points out that the risk of additional seeps is unavoidable and that seeps could migrate to nearby creeks and drainages, creating significant water quality impacts. We are sympathetic to PCE employees, but this isn't about current operations. This is about more than doubling operations in a field that has already had significant problems, which would be irresponsible at this point. The county can't ignore its land use and development code, nor can accept the risk of significant spill-related damage. The Pacific Coast Energy is not a Plains Pipeline or a Chevron. They may not be able to afford to clean up a major environmental disaster, leaving taxpayers on the hook. The Planning Commission held 3 hearings on this and gave Pacific Coast Energy ample time to testify. Pacific Coast Energy's appeal is just not supported by the evidence and must be denied. Thank you.
Okay. So we have 5 minutes for appellant rebuttal.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, Supervisors. I'm Siobhan Cooney of Latham & Watkins, representing Pacific Coast Energy Company. We'll take just a couple minutes to address a few of the points that have come up. I'd like to start with Heather Clayton of Chambers Group. They're the biologists, and Heather's one of the botanists who worked on the Lompoc yerba Santa survey that you've heard about.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify a little bit on the acreages and the areas that were mapped in 2008 versus 2016. So it's correct, they were not the same, but if anything, we underestimated the population. So in 2016, in 2008, we looked at the entire designated critical habitat, which was like 2,000 acres. Then we mapped the areas where there was Lompoc yerba Santa, and in 2016, we went back to those areas that had been previously identified having the Lompoc yerba Santa. So we mapped the area of Lompoc yerba Santa within the 420 acres of the project area. So, thank you.
So I think there's been some questions about the survey areas, so we just wanted to be clear that there's not an issue with the methodology. The methodology was the same, and the conclusions are sound with regard to the proliferation of Lompoc yerba Santa on the Hill and the dramatic growth since PCEC started their diatomite operations. I'd like to just quickly hit a couple other points you've heard with regard to the 2006 approval and the existing diatomite operations and the notion that there were mitigation obligations in 2006 before the Seeps occurred that haven't been dealt with. I think you're welcome to ask staff as well if you want their perspective, but my understanding is PCEC has been going through the emergency permit process, the environmental review. For the past seep management activities, they were combined with the EIR for the proposed new wells, so that mitigation would occur going forward now that the environmental analysis has been done and with your action today. With regard to the comments about water, and I think this was in a lot of the form letters that you received regarding the project, this idea about potential contamination going to creeks and the San Antonio Lagoon. These issues were addressed in the EIR for the project and also by the county's EIR consultant in a memo that was provided to the Planning Commission and is in the board's package. The EIR does not indicate, as confirmed by the EIR consultant, that an oil spill would reach San Antonio Creek or the Orcutt Creek watersheds. Spills would have to travel more than 3 miles, and the spill volumes are relatively low, as even as a worst case, and it's unlikely that any potential spill would reach San Antonio or Orcutt Creeks. And Orcutt is approximately 9 miles from the Pacific Ocean. In addition, PCEC has a 24-hour operation with constant surveillance to immediately identify and respond to any potential issues. Lastly, with regard to the point about consistency with the comprehensive plan, land use element, hillside, and watershed protection policy, the county's EIR determined that the project was consistent with existing land use plans and policies and that there would be no significant impacts related to land use plans, policies, or regulations. The project would minimize vegetation removal and geologic issues to the maximum extent feasible, particularly with the Careaga exclusion alternative, and is in compliance with this policy. I think there's some misunderstanding of what the final EIR does say. It does not say that sensitive species would not be preserved to the maximum extent feasible, and in fact the EIR notes that PCEC has already taken into consideration the location of sensitive plant species, including those cited in EDC's letter, and specifically located the project facilities to avoid impacts to those species. And I would note that this is one policy out of an entire comprehensive plan, and it does not prohibit impacts to native vegetation. It requires their preservation to the maximum extent feasible, which is what the Careaga exclusion alternative does. And with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have 5 minutes for staff comment And then I've been asked for a 5-minute break by my colleagues, so we're gonna accommodate that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think we're in a position just to take any questions your board may have. We don't have anything to add.
Supervisor Carbajal.
The California tiger salamander exclusion has never been part of an alternative. Like, the environmental alternative was just to look at the Careaga, but not to include the California tiger salamander exclusion as well, right?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Carbajal, the EIR included 2 alternatives that looked at the CTS exclusion area. There was a pure CTS exclusion alternative, and then there was a combined alternative that combined the Careaga and the CTS exclusion areas into one alternative. So we looked at it both ways.
And what would the combined alternative yield in terms of project wells?
Supervisor Carbajal, the CTS and Careaga exclusion alternative was identified to reduce production by about 40%.
And the Careaga alternative itself reduces production by what percentage?
About 20%.
Okay. And what does that equate to in terms of wells?
I don't know exactly. It's my understanding that the percentage reduction in production is consummate with the number of wells. Okay. So 20% reduction in wells equals 20% reduction in production.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff, so what's in front of us today is the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial with the findings and that go along with that. If, however, the Planning Commission didn't have these additional mitigations that the applicant is now putting forward to consider. So if the board wanted to not necessarily take the denial off the table, but to consider any other options, that would mean continuing the hearing to come back with an array of the conditions and findings for any other options besides the option for denial.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Farr, I think that's correct. We would look for direction from your board today if you chose to do something other than take the Planning Commission's recommendation or follow the Planning Commission's recommendation plus the Seep Can only alternative. So if you'd like to do something other than that, I think direction and coming back would be appropriate.
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Farr, in particular, we'd be looking at the statements of overriding consideration that the Planning Commission found inadequate, because there's additional evidence that could factor into that weighing of the statement of overriding consideration versus the impacts of the project.
Okay, thank you.
It also would be, if you went there, that habitat conservation plan, right now that's just a proposal to the Department of Interior. So we'd also probably want to do if you went in this direction, we'd want to consider a permit condition that would obligate PCEC to complete that process and get an enforceable plan approved. Thank you.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this kind of hybrid plan has been brought up by a couple of my colleagues. And I don't have the full EIR in front of me, but I seem to recall that Careaga exemption and the tiger salamander, the combined, had Class 1 impacts. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, that's correct.
Okay, so that one has Class 1. The Careaga exemption on its own has Class 1.
That's
Right.
correct. All of the project alternatives still include Class 1 impacts.
Okay, so that is a standard in anything that we look at. So really then the question would be overriding considerations, right? If we have Class 1, then we have to make a finding of overriding considerations.
That's correct.
And so if that's the case, then isn't it, aren't we able to make those decisions today? I don't, because unless there's some other, I mean, that's pretty much what we have in front of us. So I don't know what an extension would do.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Wolf, all I was suggesting is if you want to take an action other than that recommended by staff today, it would be best for the record to give us direction, and then we would come back with documents to support that decision. So I think you can make a tentative decision, and then we would come back with documents
Because you'd
to
have to,
support that.
thank you for that.
Findings
You'd have to
and
come back with
conditions.
different findings.
Correct.
It would be hard, well, I guess we'll just wait. You don't want to get into deliberations now.
Take a break, but, okay. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll return. 5 minutes from lunch. 5 minutes from lunch.
Bullshit. Costing me money.
Yeah. If we could bring the meeting back to order, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Everybody who's not a supervisor should not be talking right now. Thank you. Yeah, and 4 of them should be quiet as well. Thank you. All right. I'm going to exercise chair's prerogative. This is a little bit out of the ordinary, but I'm going to do it because I got a double credit here because it's chair's prerogative plus it's my district. So, you know, I think this is just a great project, and it's so important, as everybody could hear from all the public testimony, or lots and lots of it. It's very important to the residents of the North County and those in my district in particular. I think PCEC's bent over backwards to make this project mitigated to the greatest degree possible. And as usual, we're taking CEQA to an illogical extreme and not just making a project the best it can be, but attempting to make projects perfect. And I don't think we should, as in many occasions, we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good. So I'm going to make a motion to grant the appeal, grant the approval of the Careaga exclusion alternative, make the required findings for approval of the Careaga exclusion alternative, including the CEQA findings, and certify the environmental impact report for the Careaga exclusion alternative, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval and the additional mitigation measures offered here today.
Chair Adam, did I understand your motion to be a conceptual to allow staff to bring it back?
Yeah, we can do that, yes.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, the findings you'd be referring to are those in the staff report to the Planning Commission that recommended
the
approval.
original that recommended approval.
Yes, sir. Along with the additional finding of the Seep Can alternative and the additional conditions there.
Right. Supervisor Labanino and then Wolf.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to open it up for discussion on the motion as well. And
you need a second before you discuss.
Well, I will second it so we can discuss, but okay. There'd be some things that I would obviously need in there. So
okay. So is that a second?
That's a second, but I would hope that we would discuss before we voted.
We will certainly.
Okay.
We will certainly discuss. So that's officially a second.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Wolf.
No, well, he wants to discuss.
Oh.
Because I will not be supporting the motion, and I have lots of reasons not to support the motion and to support staff's recommendation to approve the Seep Can only alternative. But, and I will get into my reasons, but I'd rather hear from the seconder of the motion who wants to discuss the motion so that I can better respond to why I don't believe that this is an appropriate motion.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to respond, I'll be happy to move forward. Do you want to talk about why you're
sure.
the changes that you want to make?
Sure. Well, I'll go through I might as well then just open up and go through my entire deal here. All right, and then you can respond and we can figure out where we're going to go from there. So, first off, I want to thank all the speakers that came from both sides. It's always eventful whenever we discuss oil and gas, but I always appreciate the fact that everybody keeps a level head, and I also want to thank staff. I think you did an outstanding job. You know, this is a very difficult situation. It's a balancing act, and I didn't envy your job, but you did a great job. I think most of us on this dais have had frustration with the existing project and some of the at the end with the emergency permitting situation of the Seep Cans as they came to us. And so I really went through the areas that I had concerns with, and I'll go through those with you right now and then get to where I am. So the first thing that I was very concerned about in some of the emails that I received were regarding air quality. And one of the conditions that I would like to see if we move forward is that something is that we get with APCD and to have PCEC implement, install, and maintain an air quality reporting station in the Old Orchid area. I applaud that they're mitigating down to 0 GHG, which, you know, we were back here not that long ago talking about the Santa Maria Energy Project, and we got down to 1,000 tons. And I know we went kicking and screaming, and but it was approved. And I applaud PCEC for stepping forward and mitigating all the way to 0. And I'd be very interested in seeing what plan could be formulated that would require or that have the mitigation done here locally. And I think that there are possibilities to get that done, and I would like to see staff work with the applicant to make that happen. As far as water goes, you know, I know there was a lot of misconceptions. Some people still felt that there was drinking water being used in the operation, or that because of the drought that there was a lot of water being used. And we, I think, heard through the testimony that the water is all recycled, that even PCEC, I believe, has to get their water for just their drinking water off-site because there is no potable water there. Obviously, with any oil project, you're going to have the possibility of a spill, and so you do have an unavoidable Class 1 impact. Regardless if we approve this project or not, just what's there right now, there always is that possibility. So I'll talk about what I feel are the overriding considerations to deal with that Class 1 impact. As far as species go, I think there was some confusion about, on the yerba santa, how much yerba santa was actually taken out. But regardless, I think it's going to be mitigated at 10-to-1. And I think that the idea of PC stepping forward and putting $25,000 a year for 5 years towards a scientific study of how to get it to grow, maybe in another area, is a step in the right direction. As far as the California tiger salamander, I think we now have a letter from Department of the Interior that says the proposed area mitigation encompasses habitat that it's of greater value than that which is being impacted and would aid in the recovery of the species. So as far as mitigation goes, I know that PCEC could just write a check and for the Purisima conservation area, but instead is looking at what's better environmentally for that metapopulation that exists there, and that is to have the breeding grounds there. So I think Department of the Interior backs up their assertion there. Then it gets to the most important thing for me, which was the Seeps, because that's what we've been dealing with in the past. And I'm not sure if I would have been able to support the project without the Careaga exclusion. I think that considerably lessens the concerns, although, you know, I think anytime you're on that hill, you have the possibility of Seeps. But I think if you look at the history of the property and what PCC has been able to do with only having 1 in 2014, 4 in 2015, and 2 so far this year, obviously they've got a handle on what we're doing there. And even in our own report, it says that the Careaga exclusion will reduce the number of Seeps moving forward. So then it gets to the financial part of things, and although it was difficult for the county to estimate what our taxes are, obviously with increased production and increased capital expense, there will be increased property tax. So absent the county being able to figure out what we're going to be taking from PCEC, I went with the median, the middle point of what they projected, which was they projected 1.8 to 2.6. I think they'd have a very good handle on what their property tax bill will be. So I just took 2.2 million and looked at inside our report. It has a breakdown of what the percentages are as far as where property tax goes. And the county general fund gets 20% of that, which would equate to about $450,000. Orchid Union School District gets 24%, which is about $528,000. And so I know some people will say that's not that much. It's 1% of our budget. But you look at one project in a state designated oil field that is not using any fresh water and mitigating the air down to zero, air emissions down to zero. You have to look at what that would equate to. So $2.2 million would equate to $222 million of assessed value that we would have to, if we looked at that as just how we normally get property tax, which is through single-family homes and buildings, you'd have to have $222 million worth of assessed value. That's 630 homes valued at $350,000 each. So that's what this equates to. So while you say it's not that much, it is for one project. And for me, the overriding consideration is the fact that this county is very dependent on property tax. It's the lifeblood of what we do. And somebody had mentioned our guiding principle, quality public services. Well, you can't do that without revenue. And the county's facing, I think we call it the 5 Ps that are our problems: prison, construction, we're going to the groundbreaking right now, pavement, we have a huge backlog. The PUF, our psychiatric health facility, is costing us millions of dollars more than we anticipated. Pensions, the unfunded pension liabilities that we face, and most importantly, people, the services that we provide, and our employees. So I do feel that it was not an easy decision to get to, but I think with the Careaga exclusion, the letter from the Department of Interior about tiger salamander viability, and if we got that additional air monitoring station, it would give me better peace of mind. And you know, where I'm at right now is I would like to see staff come up with, you know, maybe another thing that I'd like to see too is, because one of the things that I think bothers us here is that when you approve something thinking you're approving X, and then down the line other things happen, and we've seen the emergency permits come back to us, that we feel even with an emergency permit, it just doesn't feel like you have, there's not a lot of teeth in what we're able to do. So what I would like to see is staff get with the applicant and work so that there's an annual report to the county planning department on the implementation of the project, including the status of the CTS habitat restoration, the status of the Lompoc yerba santa on site and how the study is going, and what's happening obviously with the Seeps. What I'd like to see is planning conduct a community workshop on the project implementation every couple of years, following the issuance of the first zoning clearance for construction of the project. And then a status update should be provided by the planning department to the Board of Supervisors after the community workshop, maybe on a yearly basis. And make sure that all these annual reports are available to the public. With that, that's where I'm at.
Supervisor Farr and then Wolf.
Actually, I think Supervisor Wolf is first. I'm happy to go after her.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on the lights, but if you want to go that way, that's okay. Supervisor Wolf.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Farr. And thank you, Supervisor Lavagnino, for going through everything that you did, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. Let me just stipulate to the fact that I I think jobs are very important for our community. High-paying jobs are even more important. Safe jobs may be even more important than that. I have always been a strong supporter of our building trades, our construction trades, and having a project labor agreement is a good thing. It would have been nice after all of these years that there would have been union hires on outside maintenance contracts rather than this coming forward right now when this is coming to the Board of Supervisors. When I served as a rehabilitation consultant, I spent many times out on the onshore fields in Ventura, and I saw the work that the roustabouts did, and it was heavy labor, it was intense, and it was well-paying, so there is no denying that. So I just wanted to mention that about all of the folks who came here from labor. What I want to also talk about is the Planning Commission, the number of times that they met to discuss this program. And they had multiple hearings, and I believe ultimately rejected it because of the significant impacts and because they could not make the required findings for approval. The PC's findings for denial are supported by substantial evidence and facts. And these are facts that are in the EIR. And also, they could not make a statement of overriding considerations. Many of the folks who spoke here talked about the construction jobs, and I think all of you know that those jobs would be temporary. The numbers that I have seen were between 35 to 75 temporary construction jobs. My understanding for permanent jobs within this industry may have been a couple. That was from the meetings that I held. Any potential taxes that would result from this project are uncertain or unknown, and we have evidence to that effect by what the Planning Commission had asked of our assessor. We have that in our packet, where the assessor was not able to make a determination. But I think what Supervisor Lavignino stated about property taxes is important, and he brought up some numbers. But I have this information. This is a chart that was provided by PCEC, and in 2014-15 they paid $4,600,000 in property taxes. In 15-16 that amount was cut in half to $2,748,000. I think it's ironic. We didn't do anything. The county didn't do anything to ensure that their property taxes were cut in half. There must have been,
the price of oil fell.
Exactly, the price of oil fell. And so we don't control the property tax amount that is generated by oil companies or other industries for that matter. So here we had the percentage was a cut by 50% without the county doing anything. So we have no guarantee that even if we were to approve this project, that we would start seeing an increase in property taxes. And I think that's exactly what the assessor was saying, is that we don't know. There is no answer to that. So aside from the fact that we don't, and again, I'm going to the statement of overriding considerations, we don't know about the potential tax increase if there was to be one. The annual tax revenues from the current operations can't be considered part of the proposed project and therefore do not contribute to the discussion of economic benefits today. The FEIR concluded that a doubling of the drilling operation would result in numerous Class 1 impacts, and that was what I asked staff about, not just this project in front of us, but all of those that were studied in the EIR. They have Class 1 impacts to air quality, biological resources, and water quality. And, you might say, well, I think there was a quote as it relates to water, that it doesn't really move into certain waterways. Well, the EIR doesn't reflect that statement. So I look and am informed in my decisions by what is stated in the EIR. So there are definitely Class 1 impacts. There are no overriding considerations that I can reasonably adopt. And again, while I wasn't here in 2006 when this original project was approved, I was here enough times to see the and had the unfortunate task of approving all of the emergency permits for those Seep Cans. That just about knocked me off my seat every time I had to do that. And finally, we are at a point where we can take care of the mess that we're in right now and adopt the Seep Can alternative, get the permits for that. We don't even have the appropriate permits for all of those Seep Cans. So at the very least, that is all that we should be doing today. And I see no reason to move forward. I can't make the findings. I can't make any overriding determinations as much as it would be nice to do so. And so I think that's all I have to say.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'd also like to thank everybody who has been here for a number of hours speaking on all sides of this issue. And, you know, obviously this is probably the last big oil project that I'll be a decision maker on as a county supervisor. And between my time on the board and my previous time on the County Planning Commission, I've certainly been a decision maker on a lot of different oil projects. And if I've learned, you know, one thing is that they're all absolutely unique to each other, and you can't attribute the risk or the benefits of any one project to any other, including this one. You know, I think it's important to remember that what was before us, or what is before us today, is the one option, which is to deny. And I certainly understand why the Planning Commission came to that decision. They took a lot of testimony. There's certainly a lot of environmental issues, serious environmental issues associated with this project. And I've certainly been as concerned as anybody about the proliferation of seeps over the past few years. However, you know, what the, Mr. Chair, what your motion is for the Careaga exclusion that was presented to the Planning Commission. And I think what has been added for our consideration since then is considerable. So again, the project labor agreement, the CTS breeding ponds, the mitigation of GHG to zero, the additional funding for the Yerba Santa, all important issues that the Planning Commission did not have an opportunity to consider and weigh as a part of their project, or consider as a statement of overriding considerations. And you know, when it comes to conditions, the devil is in the detail. And so even though this has been presented to us, and Supervisor Levin, you know, you are, you know, accepting these things, we have no specific language in front of us now that, you know, talks about that. And, you know, and we have heard from council and others that, you know, if we wanted to look at that we really needed to nail it down more specifically. So, you know, I'm not prepared to support the motion without more information and specific language to do with these things that have been offered since the Planning Commission talked about this. But I also have to say that, you know, I am more interested in both of the Careaga and CTS exclusion areas. And, you know, what does that mean? We've had a lot of questions about reduction in the number of wells that would be associated with some of these alternatives, and we haven't really quantified that and what that means for potential reduction in impacts. And while I realize that, you know, further analysis of that is probably not going to get us, below a Class 1 impact in some of these areas, and we might still have to make a statement of overriding considerations. Again, I think we have more information if that was something that we wanted to do. In addition, there are, if we wanted to go forward with any project, there are other possible conditions, in addition to the information that's been presented to us, that we might want to consider, or that I would want to consider. So, one is we have a Systems Safety and Reliability Committee. We have a SIMQAP, which is Safety Maintenance Quality Assurance Program. We have notifications that DOGGR requires of the applicant when a whole host of things happen on the site, or they're going to do certain things that, I think that we should be notified by the applicant at the same time that they would have to notify DOGGR. And, we haven't really gotten into any issues about, what happens at the end of the life of this project. We've talked about some remediation, but we haven't talked about, what happens when it finally gets abandoned and remediated, and do we have anything in place that would cover that? Because we certainly in this county have a long history of oil development, not just in Orchid Hill, but in other places where you have a whole series of oil operators over time, and then when the thing is finally played out, you're left with a lot of infrastructure and nobody's claiming to clean it up. So, I don't want to take denial off the table, because there are certainly a lot of good reasons for that. On the other hand, for me, I think it's only fair to be able to consider these other options, and what benefits or reduced risks might come with those, and in all fairness, be able to do a really fair evaluation of all of it. And I'm not saying that I might not end up coming back to the recommendation that is in front of us now, but my interest is piqued by some of these, I think, important mitigations that the applicant has now put on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Labanino, and then Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Supervisor Farr, I would agree with you on a number of issues, and I'm curious if you've got some sort of alternative motion that you'd like to present.
Well, I think that, I would make a motion that we ask staff to come back with the various options laid out that we've talked about today, the Careaga exclusion with the new information, the Careaga exclusion plus the CTS exclusion area, and the options with that, and any other conditions, including some of the issues that I just mentioned, that could be put in kind of a matrix, I guess you want to say, so that we can kind of compare and contrast the pros and the cons, and also, what that means for revised conditions and findings, including the statement of overriding considerations, without taking denial off the table, because, again, without really being able to see this much more specifically, and also what the reduction in the number of wells would mean for these different options. And then bring it back with those different options.
Okay, what kind of time frame are we talking about from staff?
November 1, we're back in Santa Maria.
Well, if that works for staff, we could
November
do
1.
that.
Mr. Chair, November 1st seems like an appropriate date. I'm a little bit concerned about the scope of what's being asked. If you're asking us to come back with findings for each of the alternatives, I haven't worked out how we would do that. Findings and conditions for each of the alternatives.
Well,
Maybe it's just a menu.
You have you already have findings and some conditions for the Careaga exclusion that you brought forward to the Planning Commission. So what would have to be added to that would be all the new information that has been put on the record since then.
I certainly understand that. I'm a little, maybe I just need direction on what you're expecting us to come back with, because I understood the analysis and the comparison, but I'm not, we don't normally come back with 2 sets of findings and 2 sets of conditions for different projects. So is that what you're asking us to do?
Well, I guess I would think that the more restrictive Careaga exclusion and CTS exclusion, you would not necessarily require different conditions. Well, I mean, the impact would be less, so that would mainly get to the findings, I think, that might be different.
Okay.
Because we already have findings for approval,
No,
and we have findings for denial.
We will do the best we can to come back with that if that's what your board wants us to do on November 1st.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you. I just have to say I'm puzzled. I don't, with this, the other option of the Careaga exclusion, including the tiger salamander, I think what we heard from staff is that the project would then not be 40%, how did you term it, viable?
Mr.
Or
Chair.
there would be a loss of 40% viability?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, the way the 2 alternatives shake out, with the Careaga exclusion, that's anticipated to reduce approximately 20% of the original project that was applied for, the entire project that was
And
applied for.
then this one would be 40%.
Overlaying the Careaga plus the tiger salamander exclusion areas, which you may remember seeing on the board, where that kind of pinkish purple thing overlain by a green series of overlapping circles.
Yeah,
that would be about 40%.
So I guess there's an assumption being made that that's what PCEC would consider. I don't know that that is the case. Maybe it is. The Careaga exclusion seemed to just be one that they've come forward with and now have accepted, which is a 20% reduction. So I don't know that we're asking staff to do something when we don't know that they would be willing to do that. But so let's assume that they are. Again, I go back to the earlier question that both options, and I think you mentioned this, Supervisor Farr, have Class 1 impacts. The GHG, or air pollution, air quality, I don't think was one of them. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wolf, that's correct. Air quality was not considered a Class 1 impact.
So even though they've talked about the mitigations to 0, which is great, but that wasn't one of the Class 1 impacts. The tiger salamander issue, we heard from Mr. Dillon that that's not approved. Is that what you said? It's not an approved plan?
That's correct, although I offered you could include in condition on the permit.
So honestly, it feels to me that, and then we're going to have to come back and make the statement of overriding considerations. And I don't see that there's been any new evidence about overriding considerations that the Planning Commission didn't hear, other than perhaps the project labor agreement. So so that doesn't change the need for jobs. So I don't know. I'm just concerned that we are asking staff to do something else, which it sounds like it's a little fuzzy, when we could be making our decision today. I'm just puzzled, and I don't understand.
All I'm going to say is there was plenty of findings for approval at the Planning Commission in the first place. So Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm really perplexed with this issue, but I think that Supervisor Farr outlines something I could be comfortable with for the time being, and that's not to take off any option off the table, but to do as Supervisor Farr said, to see what the devil in the details is by coming back with the CTS exclusion and the Careaga exclusion, but not to take staff's option off the table as well that they're recommending today. I would be open to exploring that and it coming back November 1st, if that works. Certainly, one of the things that, amongst all the many things that have been raised today, to reach an overriding consideration, I think is a significant item. And that's why I don't want to take staff's recommendation off the table. But I'm willing to be open to look at what Supervisor Farr has requested, because I think oftentimes the devil is in the details. I do appreciate everybody that's come out today to speak out about the very serious impacts that this project has. I also appreciate many of the labor groups that have come out today. Although I wish more of these project labor agreements existed to date, which they don't, and it's very frustrating that at the 11th hour this has been thrown out there, which is a positive thing. But I remind Andy Caldwell, when I was considering a project labor agreement for the county of Santa Barbara, he was very much against it, and now he's for it. So I always get puzzled by the double talk. But I do think that it's worth this coming back, as Supervisor Farr has outlined, and I would be okay with that.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you. Just to respond to a couple things that Supervisor Wolf said. It's true, we haven't heard from PCEC on any other option except the Careaga exclusion. And it may very well be, if we come back and we are looking at a more restrictive option, that they will not accept it. On the other hand, they initially didn't accept the Careaga exclusion either, so I think that they should have an opportunity to, to consider that, or to think about the fact that the board might be interested in other options. I think when it comes to statement of overriding considerations and Class 1 impacts, certainly something I take very, very seriously. But, it's not like this is the first time that, we would consider doing that for an oil project or any other kind of a project. And it is that looking at, on balance, can we do that? And again, that comes back to looking at the whole package and really fairly evaluating and balancing, the risks, the mitigations, the other community benefits or environmental benefits that might be offered. And again, I can't do that unless I have all the full information in front of me, and we just don't have it because what's in front of us again is just the denial, and all this other information has come out since the Planning Commission.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just piggyback on that. You cannot approve an oil project without finding overriding consideration, because you're never going to be able to avoid a Class 1 impact of a possible spill. So we've done it before. I understand that, we're struggling to find what that overriding consideration is, but, I think we did have, and I really like where Supervisor Farr's going, but we did have a motion and a second on the first, on Supervisor Adams, so we should probably vote on that and then come up with a second motion.
Supervisor Wolf.
No comment.
Okay. Well, let's have the roll call vote then, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lavanino?
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal?
No.
Ms. Wolf?
No.
Ms. Farr? No. Mr. Adam?
Aye. Okay, so Supervisor Wolf and Supervisor Carbajal. Supervisor Farr.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'll just restate the proposed motion that I made earlier, which is that we direct staff to come back. It looks like November 1st is the date that was mentioned, with options for the Careaga exclusion, including all of the information that has been added to the record since then, as well as the Careaga exclusion plus the CTS exclusion option, to be able to compare those, and with the original project and the numbers of wells that might be reduced from what's being considered now, with each of those alternatives.
Supervisor Carbajal.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Farr, and no options taken off the table?
That's correct. No, yes, no, the option that's in front of us now for denial is still one of the options.
Supervisor Farr, in your earlier motion, you also related permit condition modifications that would implement, so that would...
Correct.
Thank you.
And findings.
And findings, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Levanino?
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal?
I'm going to wait and vote at the end after Mr. Adam.
I don't think you get to do that.
It's a pass.
Really? Is that legit, Mr. Allen? Does he get to do that? Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Adam, that is an option.
Ah, didn't know that. Learn something new every day in this job. All right, Mr. Allen.
Ms. Wolf?
No.
Ms. Farr? Aye. Mr. Adam?
I'm going to pass until Supervisor Carbajal votes.
I guess we're both passed.
Who wants to be a supervisor today, huh?
I'm waiting for Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, so Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Adam, today in closed session, the board is scheduled to consider conference with labor negotiators, all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives.
Oh, God. All right, so we'll come back after closed session, but we have a 2 o'clock out at the groundbreaking of the jail, so we're going to be hot-footing it. All right.
Chair Adam, today in closed session, the board considered one item of conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. There's no reportable action.
Okay, thank you, and we are adjourned till October 18th. All right.